The hell?
When the fourth quarter ends, the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter begins. Right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
ASAP Party and Tent Rentals is your one-stop shop for weddings, anniversaries, corporate events, family reunions, birthday parties, or any celebration with friends and family. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals has the widest selection of tents, tables, chairs, linens, china, concession equipment, bounce rides, games, staging, wedding equipment, dance floors, and so much more. At ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, we help people get together. Call today at 756-7903. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, locally owned and operated on Diamond Drive in Greenville near Agri Supply and Equipment Plus.
Hey y'all, it's October, which means it's time to get ready for Halloween. This is Lisa with Halloween Express, Greenville's locally owned Halloween superstore for 23 years. The Halloween fun is back, and we have everything you need to make it one to remember. From kids to adults, we've got you covered. We have the largest selection of masks in Greenville, plus every other costume you can think of. Come visit our new location in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville, on Greenville Boulevard, open 7 days a week. Halloween Express, what are you going to be?
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop!
Free cheesy! Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach.
For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's in downtown Greenville, and now available through DoorDash, featuring a half-gallon of the famous margarita mix to go for only $9.99. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
It is game day, and we are here with you inside the Pirate Radio studios on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Rock here, Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt inside the Pirate Radio studios. We're with you for the next 4 hours, taking you up to the 6 o'clock kickoff. East Carolina taking on UCF. The Pirates are hot, baby. 3 in a row. UCF struggling. They've lost 2 in a row. So, something's got to give here today as East Carolina looks to pull the road upset in the bounce house. Coming up in hour number 1 of our show, you'll hear what the head coach has had to say about this upcoming football game. Mike Houston on the ECU side of things. First-year head coach for UCF, Gus Malzahn. He gives his thoughts on the Pirates and more. You'll hear that coming up a little bit later on. We got Billy Weaver joining us in hour number 1. He's my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We'll get his pregame thoughts heading into this contest. And you'll hear from East Carolina offensive lineman Fernando Fry. Hour 2, Stephen Igo. He had a heck of a travel down to Orlando. We'll talk about that. Finally arriving late last night. We'll break it down with Igo. You'll hear what UCF play-by-play voice Mark Daniels had to say about their loss last week to Navy. What the heck's going on right now in Orlando? He's got a reason why they're struggling. We'll hear that coming up in hour 2. Donnie Kirkpatrick, East Carolina offensive coordinator, and the voice Jeff Charles also coming up in our second hour. Hour 3, Jeff Nadeau will break down the college football action going on this afternoon and tonight. Double B, Brian Bailey is live in Orlando. We'll talk to him, as is the voice Jeff Charles. He joins us from the Bounce House. And Demetrius Mooney. Now on the defensive side for East Carolina, we'll hear about his transition, and now he's getting to hit people, and he's having fun on that side of the ball. We'll have a tailgate check-in coming up at 5 o'clock with Troy D. Blake Harrell, defensive coordinator, one-on-one with Jeff Charles. Brian North will join us. We got our fantasy picks and predictions in hour 4 as well. All that, plus you can be a part of today's show. Chime in on Facebook Live, on Twitter. Let us know what your pregame meal is. Let us know how you're watching the game, where you're watching the game, and what you think about today's game. East Carolina taking on UCF. We will be back and pop the top on the Week 6 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
How much does the word reliable mean? Sure, all businesses describe themselves as reliable, and we certainly wouldn't expect any business to be unreliable, but when you take a word like reliable and make it your way of life, the entire core of your business, it tends to mean a little more. And it's something you have to show people, not tell them. At Delcor, we show it by being there the same day you call. We show it by simply doing outstanding work with exceptional products, a family-oriented work ethic, and genuine caring for all of our neighbors throughout Eastern NC, because in a time of need, we know the first and the only thing you need is someone you can count on. That's why we only use equipment you can count on too, like a train comfort system. It's hard to stop a train. Delcor can have a new train comfort system installed in no time, or we can provide an AC tune-up to make sure your system is performing well. So will your system keep you cool all summer? Find out. Call us. We're Delcor, the service professionals, reliable for over 4 decades. Visit delcorinc.com today.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 for 0.9% for 72 months, plus $500 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock. Figured I'd kick it off with a little bit of extra kick in your pants here today.
All right, sounds good. I need a little boost. Tell you what, Pirate fans are excited. What happens when you win? Well, it builds excitement. It also builds expectations. That's why I'm a little bit nervous, because now...
Are you nervous?
A lot of Pirate fans are thinking they're going to go out there and win this game.
Clip. Are you nervous?
And when that happens, and the Pirates lose, it leads to a... a festive fifth quarter.
Y'all have more energy than me, and that's scary.
We are getting off to a weird start on the show today.
Hey, it's almost Halloween. I went Halloween shopping, costume shopping today.
What'd you get?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
You know my godson picks out my Halloween costume every year. My godson. Yeah, he picked out his costume, and every year he's allowed to pick out my costume. You remember what I had to wear last year?
You were some kind of like sexy cat or something?
Yeah.
You had a tail?
You were a sexy cat.
I was a
swinging
sexy
your tail?
cat.
Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, my sadistic godson chose that.
My godson!
But I will say that this year he took it easy on me and actually picked out a costume that I approved.
All right.
I actually approved of. No, it's
suitable for viewership.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's suitable
sexy
for
dog this year.
I'm not a sexy anything this year. So
Who let the
I'm more of a scary thing this year. So,
right.
But I'm happy that he picked something that I am cool with, and he decided he wanted to be an inflatable dinosaur, so he's going to be an inflatable dinosaur this year.
Okay, one of the
little T-Rexes.
I know it would be scary. Surely after a Saturday here, after working a full day.
Yeah, I'm not a kind person after. Well, you know, they say nothing good ever happens after midnight. Well, after midnight, I'm not a good person.
We will be with you after midnight tonight on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Get ready for that. All right, East Carolina and UCF, two teams going in different directions at the moment. The Pirates have won 3 in a row. The Knights have lost 2 in a row. Now, the Knights' 2 losses have come on the road at Louisville on a Friday night. And in that last play of the game, they lost their quarterback, Dylan Gabriel. And then they go to Navy, and the midshipmen get their first win of the year in Annapolis last week as they knocked off the UCF Knights. Got a lot of folks tuning in. You can watch the show on Facebook Live and on YouTube. And let's see what the folks are saying. Josh Thomas says, Clipper, let's go Pirates. Sean says, Pirates probably going to lose, but what the heck? Go Pirates. I like that attitude. And, you're 10-point underdog. It could happen. Adam said, has a prediction. He says, Keaton the Missile goes for over 200 all-purpose yards and scores twice. That seems to be happening on a weekly basis at this point.
Can he do that back-to-back weeks? We shall see.
Ron says, I'm thinking it might be Rajay Harris's night. Okay, like that.
I like that idea.
Like that. You like that? Kenny says, this is a make statement game. If our offense can come out clicking, ECU has a great chance to put up a bunch of points. We've believe. Oh, no. We've believe.
Oh, no.
And, yeah, so you can chime in on Facebook Live there, be a part of the show. Also, I'm interested in food. You could recognize that looking at me. Stan has posted his pregame spread on Twitter, and it looks like they're going some type of Mexican. Oh, okay, so it's a dip. It's got cheese, it's got beef. I see some jalapenos, a little sour cream, and hey, if you know me, you know I love a dip. And that is a good-looking dip, Stan.
Ooh, I can see the picture from here. That looks nice.
Your dip game is strong.
Stan, bring in
Is that
the dip.
like a sausage queso dip, maybe?
Yeah. And I don't know if that's sausage or hamburger. But either way.
Queso dip is good, but then you add the meat to it is even better.
Stan says you can keep the drip. I'm bringing the dip.
Nice.
I like it.
God, we are freaking cornballs here today on a Saturday. All right, Shirley, let's hear some Mike Houston comments as his team gets ready for UCF. This will be, to this point, I guess the atmosphere was a good one there in Charlotte, but this is the first, maybe most hostile road environment. They had one at Marshall, but we talked to Zach Maskovich from Orlando, down in Orlando earlier this week. He said he expects the UCF fans to show up pretty strong after not having a home game for a while and trying to will their team on to a win. So Mike Houston was asked about the rowdy road environment his team will face. Shirley, this will be cut to.
Well, I mean, it's the difference on the road. Just you cut down the roster. It's only like 72 guys, and it's kind of the circle the wagons kind of mentality that you're going into enemy territory. You're going into a hostile environment. I just remember, their fans kind of hanging all over around the entrance to the field where we come out, and kind of messing with you and all that stuff. So, gotta just kind of, have each other's back and, band together, and you got to kind of bring the energy on the sideline. I mean, I think that's where, the support's got to come from each other. So it's very, very important.
All right, Mike Houston there. He was asked, the preparation has been a huge topic, and it's been one that I've talked to the players a lot about on the Players Lounge every Monday on Pirate Radio Live. How the preparation just was not there for Charleston Southern. Had a fantastic week of prep for the game last week against Tulane. Mike Houston was asked, and this was Wednesday evening, how the preparation has gone for UCF, and here was his answer at that time. Cut 4, Shirley.
It's been good. I mean, it's different game plans, different weeks, and Tuesday I thought they practiced hard. The execution sometimes because of the new stuff and. Both sides of the ball, it's not quite as sharp. It seemed to be sharper today. I want to look at the film. I thought we were running around real good on defense today. We're getting ready to go up there and watch the film here in just a second. So, we'll have more of an idea of how today went once we look at that.
Pirates put together a great, complete game. Now, still lacked a little in the third quarter, which has been a negative trend for ECU this year. But Mike Houston was asked how he repeats the full four-quarter performance that we saw on Saturday. Cut 5.
Well, I didn't love the way we started the second half defensively. But other than that, I thought we played really well throughout the game. But, that's the focus each week. And we talked about it last week going into that game. We've done it now, so the thing that we've talked about all week is building on last week's performance and playing a more complete game this week than we did last week, because there's certainly some things we didn't do very well last week. There's always things you can do better, but this team hadn't reached its potential yet, so we still we're still pushing to play more of a complete game.
Cut 6, Shirley. Mike Houston was asked about why the third quarter has been ECU's bugaboo this year. What are the reasons for the third quarter struggles?
Well, I didn't think we were on offense. I mean, we had two good drives in the third quarter. One, we stalled out in the red zone. The second, we continued on to the fourth quarter and ended up scoring. So really, I just thought, the first play of the second half kind of, we misfit it, and I got a big run, and I think that kind of knocked us back on our heels a little bit. We've talked about it this week. We talked about it with the players, talked about it with the leadership council. To be honest, I addressed it at halftime last week, just because I felt like that was the issue last year against SMU. And I think that, the big thing with a young team that's learning how to win is handling a lead at halftime, keeping that same edge that we had in the first half. Now, I thought we got it back and finished the game really the way you want to. So I think it's just still continuing to learn how to handle those situations.
All right, Mike Houston was asked how he keeps the team hungry after the recent success. He responded to that about how you thought he would. Cut 7, Shirley.
It's not like we've won 20 in a row or anything. We've won 3 ball games. And when we had one, we played poorly in. So, we played well. Now, can we play well 2 weeks in a row? That's the challenge. So it's, it's part of the maturity thing. But it's, hopefully we learned a great lesson against Charleston Southern. Obviously, we came back and played much better last week, so we'd like to see us put 2 solid games in a row together.
Shirley, what great '80s poet said, "Let's get physical"?
Oh, that would be. Oh, let's get physical.
Thought you were my music.
I wanna get physical.
Thought you were my
Give
music
me a second.
pro.
Let me hear your body talk. Body talk. Oh God, I can see the video. Oh no, I drew a blank.
You have been demoted.
No, let's get physical. Olivia Newton-John.
All right, you got it. It took a minute, but you got it. I guess that's right. Mike Houston.
I'm gonna look that up while we play this Mike Houston cut.
Some say he sings this song to the team in practice.
Let's get physical.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. In fact, I know it's not true.
Let's get physical.
Physical. Let's get physical.
It is Olivia Newton-John.
I want to get physical. He talked about the physicality of this team. They were popping. Parker Bunch was excited because they were popping some pads. And he talked about that. Cut 8, Shirley.
Well, I thought we did a great job with it last week. I thought the South Carolina game, we did a really good job with it. So, at times during the Marshall game. It's just, can we play with it on both sides of the ball the way we did last week? Can we have that same kind of physicality in our tackling? Can we have that same kind of physicality up front on the offensive line? Certainly it's been the point of focus this week. And it'll be a huge point of focus over the next 48 hours as we get ready to go on the plane Friday. So that's what we have said we're going to hang our hat on from the day I got here, and we're finally playing that way. So we got to continue to build on it.
All right, Coach Houston was asked what stands out about UCF's offense. Cut 9.
Speed. Everywhere. Really good offensive line. Speed at every skill position. I mean, top end speed. I mean, they're a fast football team. Same thing defensively.
All right, and finally, cut 11, Shirley. Mike Houston, now this did not go great after knocking off Marshall. It did go well after the narrow defeat of Charleston Southern, learning how to win, learning how to get over a win and move on to the next week. Something this team is still learning about because of all the losses over the years, that even before Mike Houston got here. But he spoke about learning how to get over a victory. Cut 11.
Well, that's what we talked about it on Sunday, talked about it on Tuesday. Certainly we've harped on it. It's learning how to get over a win, building on the win, trying to play better this week. They learned very well, the ingredients, the preparation. And that's why I say, when you get on that plane Friday, it's just those 70 some odd players are going to play in the game. So you don't have a whole lot of extra fluff around you. So hopefully it's by that point we're a very focused group. But it's, that mental prep between now and kickoff Saturday evening is going to be very critical. It's a fine line there. You want to be very focused, you want to be very intense, but you don't want to be uptight. You want to be relaxed because you want to play fast, but you want to play extremely aggressive. And I feel like we found that balance last week, and we want to hold on to that balance. So we'll be talking about preparing mentally, over the next couple of days.
All right, that is the head football coach of the Pirates, Mike Houston. How about the head football coach of the UCF Knights? I'm talking about Arthur Gustavo Malzahn III. It's a heck of a name. 2-2 as head coach of the UCF Knights. He was, of course, at Auburn previously, head coach at Arkansas State, was the OC at Auburn, was the OC at Arkansas, Tulsa as well. He's an Arkansas guy, coached at three different high schools in Arkansas. He was a high school coach 1991 to 2005, and then jumped into college coaching at Arkansas in 2006. Been there ever since, and he gave his thoughts on the upcoming game against East Carolina.
You know, looking at East Carolina, talking about a team that's won their last 3 games, very impressed with their quarterback. I think he started 30 games. They got a running back that's one of the more explosive running backs in our league. You look at their defense is leading the league in interceptions and tackles for loss. So very good team. They played South Carolina very close. You know, and like I said, they got some momentum right now. We're going to have to play good football. We are glad to be back home. We had a short practice last night. It was good to get back on the field with the guys after a tough loss, and you know, that's two losses that were tough losses. They weren't just losses; they were tough losses. I'm real proud of our team, the way they're handling it. Like I've said before, we got a lot of winners in the locker room. They came out practice and they were ready to go for this week. And we're going to have to get ready. This is a good team we're playing, and we're going to play good football.
All right, Gus also spoke about Dion. Coach Malzahn. Shouldn't call him Gus. I don't know the fella. He's my elder. I should respect him.
You don't call Nick Saban. You don't call Coach Nick Saban.
That's right. You don't call Nick Saban.
Yeah.
What do you call him?
You don't call him Nick.
You better quit asking. That's all I know.
Quit asking.
By the way, we might have to retire faux John Gruden.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the news.
Yeah. It's not good, man.
I tell you what,
man.
That is, man, old Chucky. All right. Gus Malzahn talked about Keaton Mitchell and what he's been able to do this season, how much of a weapon he is.
It's explosiveness that stands out to me. I mean, big plays. I don't know how many he's had over 50 yards, but there's a lot of them when you look at the big play cut up, and he's a one-play drive type running back. I mean, he can take it to the house anywhere on the field. We're going to have to do a good job containing him. And then, you know, last week they were really balanced against, you know, a Tulane team that took Oklahoma down to the wire. So I think, 300 yards rush, almost 300-yard passing, something like that. The quarterback's a threat. The running back's a big play guy.
All right, there is Gus Malzahn talking about some of the ECU weapons. We'll see if the Pirates can roll up some points today against UCF. When we return, we will check in with Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. We'll also continue to keep you up to date on what's going on across college football. Arkansas trying to tie it up against Ole Miss, and they do it with a field goal. It is 24-24 in Oxford with 4:24 left to go in the third quarter. Texas putting it on Oklahoma 38-20. They are in the third quarter. Michigan State a 21-13 lead over Rutgers. Florida blanking Vanderbilt 28-0. There's some of the scores going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck. Take a time out, come back, talk about more games going on, and get Billy Weaver's thoughts on East Carolina and UCF. We're back. Hour 1, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
Public notice, Discount Master Furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount Master Furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and See, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with about 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, it is Arkansas and Ole Miss tied at 24 apiece. Number 7, Ohio State, beating up on Maryland right now in the third quarter, 49-10. Number 11, Michigan State has a 28-13 lead over Rutgers in the third. Oklahoma is trailing Texas 38-20 in the third quarter. It is South Carolina 14, Tennessee 38 in the third quarter. Florida continuing to shut out Vanderbilt 35-0 in the third quarter. West Virginia is trailing Baylor 35-13 in the third. Georgia Tech has a 17-14 lead over Duke at the start of the third quarter. And Marshall and Old Dominion are halfway through the first quarter, no score as of yet. And then coming up in about a half an hour, you've got Virginia taking on Louisville in Kentucky. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. The Buck is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, it happens every time, Shirley, especially in these days of college football. A score as you speak. This time a 51-yard run by Snoop Connor for Ole Miss puts them on top 30-24, PAT pending. Coming up at 3:30. I don't like blowouts, but I'm very intrigued each week now to see what Georgia's defense does for an encore. They are at Auburn coming up at 3:30. Can Bo Nix and Auburn crack the code of that Georgia defense? They have been dominant so far in 2021. BYU Boise State should be pretty good, 3:30 on ABC. SMU has a tricky one at Navy, and they just got a number beside their name. The Mustangs are 24th in the country, so they're going to try to avoid an upset today. In Annapolis, 3:30 on CBS Sports Network, and Penn State and Iowa, 2 top 5 teams, go at it on Fox at 4 o'clock. We'll keep you up to date on all those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Da Buck. Say it again.
Your mic was on.
I've got 4 thumbs up in the Studio B, which means Billy Weaver is joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Weave, happy game day to you. How you doing, man?
Hey, Clip. How you doing, man? Doing good.
Fantastic. Ready for some Pirate football? 3 wins in a row, Weave. They'll try to make it 4, and their toughest test to date on the road at UCF. Although, with Dylan Gabriel out with a lot of injuries on that UCF side, this game looks a lot more winnable than it did when the schedule came out. So, a lot of optimism heading into this one from the Pirate Faithful, Weave.
Yeah, and there should be, as long as East Carolina doesn't have some sort of a hangover. We've seen this so many times when East Carolina it gets on a winning streak, or there's been times where they've been nationally ranked, playing extremely well, then they go on the road to a place like UAB or to Tulane or somewhere like that, and they lay an egg. I just hope that doesn't happen. Mike Houston kind of alluded to that, not exactly that, but, wanted to make sure that these guys didn't get a big head about themselves after hanging 52 on Tulane last weekend at Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium. They've got to go down and take care of business. They've got to stay within themselves, not make mistakes. But this is a very winnable game. Like you said, Dylan Gabriel out, but their new quarterback, Mikey Keene, is his second start now, so he may get a little bit more comfortable. But this is a very winnable game for ECU, although they are an underdog on the road.
That they are, Weave, and you said something there that's been a topic this week, and Mike Houston even addressed it, learning how to win and getting over it and moving on to the next one. That was an issue for ECU coming off the crazy fourth quarter and the great win against Marshall. They laid an egg the following week, lucky enough to pick up a win against Charleston Southern. I really think they learned from that. They bounced back in a big way, had a great performance last week. So hopefully those lessons learned after the Marshall win and the subsequent loss of focus at practice and preparation that week, can be learned from, and they were able to, this time after a big win, put together another good week of practice. We shall see how it looks on the field today, but I'm thinking they learned some lessons a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the good thing that happened about that game. After that game, of course, we questioned things and how the team was, and of course the fans and coaches. Nobody was really happy with the outcome score-wise at that Charleston Southern game. Obviously, they came out with a win. Those are games that you can teach the most, because you can get on your guys a little bit more. You can really nitpick things, and you can kind of, jump on them a little bit, because they're not as down as they would be if they'd have lost that game. Had they lost that game, that's tough, because then you're starting to deal with touchy emotions and things like that. So it was very, very good to have that for East Carolina, because it was a teachable moment. Like you said, I don't think they'll overlook the moment. They're not going to overlook UCF. Obviously, this is a team that, since they've been in the American Athletic Conference, has been one of the top teams. A little down this year, and they've had some tough losses to Louisville and Navy, but this is still UCF. This is a team that East Carolina's always had problems with. The bounce house is a tough place to play. I mean, it's kind of, gotten its own little niche in college football. People are starting to know about the bounce house, and, the students down there get rowdy and all that stuff. So I think the Pirate players know that, and hopefully they won't have that hangover, so to speak, like they had after the Marshall game.
Billy Weaver joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. He'll join me after the game, and we'll be taking your calls on that Fixed NC Live line, 317-1250, following East Carolina and UCF tonight. And Billy, let's talk about the offense. East Carolina has, going into the year, had Tyler Snead as a go-to guy, C.J. Johnson as a known commodity, and, of course, the running backs coming back as well. It looked like teams early on zeroed in on C.J., zeroed in on Tyler Snead, so we were able to see some Rajay Harris, some Keaton Mitchell. Now, if you want to key in on those guys, you've got to worry about Ryan Jones, Shane Calhoun. It seems like each week we're seeing more and more weapons come to the forefront on offense, and sooner or later those guys are going to be keying in on Keaton Mitchell and Shane Calhoun, and Tyler Snead is going to have a non-catch game. You know what I'm saying? So they have really opened up a lot of options for Holton Ahlers on offense, and moving forward, that's going to be huge for this team.
It's going to be huge tonight for UCF's defense, because it's going to be a pick-your-poison kind of thing. Obviously, you know what Keaton Mitchell can do. He's a home run guy. I mean, so anytime he touches the ball, even if the play before you knocked him down for a 2-yard loss, don't get too excited. And that the defense at UCF, they know that. They know that he's big play. All these guys really have big playability, but when you throw the tight ends in the mix too, and being able to spread the football around, that's a huge plus for East Carolina. And this defense for UCF has struggled a bit, so East Carolina can take advantage of that. And it's nice to have all those weapons. The big key is, though, when you have all those weapons and you have the ability on offense to put up a lot of points, you have the ability to spread the ball around, you can't make mistakes. And by mistakes, I mean turnovers. The quarterback can't make turnovers, throw bad interceptions. Keaton Mitchell and Rajay Harris, they can't put the ball on the ground. The receivers can't do the same thing either. They've got to secure the football, and especially on the road, you can't give those guys any extra momentum on the road. So offensively, while spreading the football around and getting it to the key players and guys that can make plays happen, you got to control the football and keep possession of the football. That's probably the biggest thing.
Billy Weaver joining us. Let's look at the Pirate defense. Great performance last week. 4 takeaways. They were flying around, played their best game, and now they take on a UCF team that has a quarterback, as you said, making his second start of his career in Mikey Keene. And I talked to Rick Smith about this when he joined us on Friday's edition of Pirate Radio Live. Blake Harrell is going to be super aggressive, whether the quarterback is a first-time starter or a 4-year veteran. He's going to send the blitz. Coach Smith said, blitzing's one thing, but he said what he would try to do is really just confuse the quarterback pre-snap with, disguise those coverages. Don't let him know what you're doing before that ball is snapped. He said that's going to be a key today for ECU's defense.
Well, yeah, I think both of those are keys, because whenever you talk about a young quarterback or somebody that's just getting his second start, those are the two keys. You want to confuse him because obviously he hasn't had the seat time to have his progressions and the game hasn't slowed down for him. So yeah, that's big to be able to confuse him on defense, but obviously bring in pressure. Guys under pressure make mistakes, especially young guys, and they haven't been in those situations before. So I think both of those things are key. And, East Carolina's defense, while last week, played very well and were very aggressive, they're still, if you look at the numbers, they're allowing a lot of yards, and that's got to be fixed. Third down conversions. The good thing is that, like East Carolina's offense, who obviously has had their problems on third downs with conversions, that's something we didn't touch on either. That needs to be fixed tonight as well. UCF's third down conversion on their offense, they haven't been very good either. So East Carolina's defense has to come up big on third down and get their offense back on the field. So I think it's going to be a fun game. It's going to be two evenly matched teams. I think the game will go well into the 30s as far as the score is concerned. And I think East Carolina obviously has a great chance to go down there and pick up a win. They just can't go down there and make mistakes.
Billy Weaver joining us on the Fixed NC Lifeline. Looking forward to another fun edition of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. We had a couple of bummers to start the year, but it's been pretty fun these last few weeks.
Yeah, when you win, it's always fun, especially when you win the way they did against Tulane. I mean, there was a lot of positives to take out of that. Tulane did come back at one point and cut it to 8 points and had a chance, after a big fake punt to even tie up that game possibly, and East Carolina come up big defensively and then kind of put their foot on the gas and pulled away. That's something we haven't seen from East Carolina's team in quite a long time, that, they get out to a big lead or a comfortable lead, and then next thing you know, they're trailing. That didn't happen during this game, so a lot of positives with that. And, we've talked about the Charleston Southern game a lot. Obviously, a win is a win. And when you're going with 3 consecutive wins, that breeds confidence. And they're going to need that tonight going on the road, because like I mentioned earlier in the start of this thing, is that East Carolina traditionally hasn't responded well, playing well or going on a winning streak and then going on the road, taking on a tough opponent on the road. So tonight it'll be a benchmark game for this year's East Carolina team for sure.
Shirley, what you got?
I was going to say, Billy, speaking of the post-game show, Kenny Curling is on Facebook Live, says, when ECU wins tonight, can y'all get Billy to sing us a song? So you may want to, depending on how this game plays out tonight, you may want to start warming up those pipes.
Sing a song, like he didn't say what kind of song.
No, just says sing a song.
Country song, a We Are the Champions, something from Queen, or just...
Nope, didn't say didn't say specify the song, just said sing us a song.
And he said, when we win. Okay, I'll keep that in the back of mind. I'm not much of a singer, but we'll see.
Some things are better for off the air. Maybe a private show for Kenny Curley.
Wow. Okay, then.
Kenny's a big music guy. He and his wife, they like to go out and see a lot of bands and all that stuff. Big into music, but I would really hate to disappoint him. I cannot sing worth a lick.
Kenny just responded. He said Parmalee.
Oh, yeah. Weave, you can sing some of those ditties you heard last week during the halftime show.
Hey, yeah, I actually, I think I got caught on camera actually singing along with Parmalee, so yeah.
Shirley, who's the guy that somebody said Weave looked like? Ray Stevens, was that it?
Yeah.
The singer.
Yeah, Ray Stevens,
He
yeah.
need to break out some of those, Weave.
The Mississippi Squirrel Revival. That's what he needs to bring out.
The Pirates of Penzance.
Yes, the Pirates. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it at all.
I'm not going. I don't. Yeah, I don't like it, and I'm not going to do it.
All right. If the Pirates win, you could be hearing some weird stuff on the fifth quarter later on tonight. So.
Hey, if the Pirates win, they deserve a song.
No doubt. No doubt. We've enjoyed it, man. We'll see you after the game.
All right, man.
Billy Weaver will join us on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. All of you as well will hear your voices after the game. I saw Monica already tweeted out after ECU wins. She's going to be celebrating on the fifth quarter. So we got folks already fired up, ready
expecting
to go.
her call.
Yeah, which is why, a lot of optimism heading into this one. ECU is 10-point underdogs on the road. Just want to remind people of that.
Yeah. I just hope that like we said, that this team has been a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type team. We don't know which team is going to show up. I just hope the one that took on Tulane is the one that's going to show up tonight.
Chandler, what is Jekyll and Hyde referencing?
Have not a clue.
Do you?
Really?
I was just wondering if that...
Jekyll and Hyde?
If that...
Jekyll and Hyde. You don't know Jekyll and Hyde?
That phrase now that we're so far removed. So it was, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but it was the same person.
Yes. It was just a split personality.
Right.
So you had a kind person and in Mr. Hyde, and then a not so kind person in Dr. Jekyll.
Cool, neat story.
I just wonder how some of these phrases, that one might get lost with the new generation.
I've heard that before.
Right, but you just had no clue what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Basically, it means you don't know which personality you're going to get.
Yeah.
So, Jekyll and Hyde.
Neat story.
I'm going to kick you. All right, can we go to break?
We'll take a time out, come back. By the way, this Ole Miss Arkansas game,
they're going back and forth.
It's like game of the year potential as they continue to just have big play after big play. It's 31-31 as they enter the fourth quarter. That's going to be a fun one to follow.
Ron Lee on Facebook just said, Chandler, read a book.
Read a book. Hey, fly a kite.
Yeah, go fly a kite.
Fly a kite. But Arkansas needs a bounce back win, and they're trying to get one right now.
31-all heading into the fourth quarter.
Ole Miss lost to Alabama last week. Do they need a bounce back win?
Get your popcorn ready.
All right. It's the Bounce Back Bowl. We'll bounce back with our final segment of Hour 1 after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to CleanEats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Christie's Europub is the perfect place to relax, grab a bite, and enjoy a drink this fall. Located in the heart of Greenville and just a few blocks from ECU's campus, Christie's offers lunch, dinner, and late night with live music every Sunday. Come and have brunch Monday through Friday from 11 to 3 or Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 4. Scratch cooking takes time, so relax and enjoy a pint at Christie's Europub today. For the latest information, check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram or visit them online at christieseuropub.com.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. Of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, which is on right now. And, of course, you can also watch the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. And a quick Buck scoreboard update clip as we head back into the show. Ole Miss has taken the lead over Arkansas 38-31, and Oklahoma is still trailing Texas 41-23 is that score in with just about 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
All right, a quick look there at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Da Buck. Georgia Auburn coming up. Penn State Iowa top 5 matchup. I don't know why I've enjoyed Kentucky football this year. Enjoyed their victory last week, where they were able to win at home against Florida. They play LSU tonight, 7:30. Alabama is on the road. A rare one of those CBS night games this week. 8 o'clock tonight on CBS. Alabama at Texas A&M. Going into the year, this was thought to be maybe Alabama's trip up on the season, but Texas A&M 3-2, struggling. Could be another easy victory for the Tide. All right, let's hear a player interview from earlier this week. Fernando Fry is Mr. Utility. Wherever you need him on the line, he'll play. And he's done a good job this year at guard, and spoke to the media earlier this week about beating Tulane, UCF, and how the season has gone thus far. And let's hear that.
What's it like when you see Keaton break one and he gets right through the line of scrimmage and you're still on your block?
It's the most.
He's like 30 yards ahead of you.
Yeah, it's the most exciting thing. I love running down there, throwing him up in the end zone afterwards. But yeah, seeing him run down the field is a great feeling.
obviously he gets a lot of attention, but what does it mean to you guys when he gives the O-line a shout-out after the game? Because you guys are the ones opening holes.
Yeah, it does mean a lot because, sometimes we can get forgotten about, but unless we mess up, of course. And then everyone knows it was our fault. But, yeah, it's nice. I mean, we all appreciate each other and appreciate the work we put in because, I mean, if he wasn't as fast and as skilled and talented as he was, then we'd still be, inching along down the field. But those big plays make a big difference in the game.
So what's the big thing that you guys are doing different now and that you feel like maybe that you weren't doing as much before?
I guess it would be, setting the standard in practice, focusing on the little things and working on our fundamentals and understanding that it's a mindset that we need to change in our culture and practicing how we want to play.
How do you balance that? Because, it is a long season. You don't want to kill yourself in practice, but you want to set the tone. So is there a balance to being physical, setting that mindset in practice, but not, going too far?
Yeah, so practice for us is broken down. We have individual and then we have team. So during Indy, you kind of slow down a little bit, but you take those first 3 steps full speed and you're going as hard as you can, and because that's how you want to come off the ball. But we're not banging each other all the time. But then we have racks of 6 or 12 that we're going with the good on good or with the scout, and that's when we I guess that's when we get better right there.
When you go from left guard to right guard, what's the biggest difference for you a little bit on playing on that different side of the field?
There's really not that much of a difference to me. I know everyone keeps asking me that. I don't really have too much of a preference. I guess the only difference would be who I'm communicating with. Because when I'm on the left side, I'm not talking to the right tackle. But that's pretty much it.
UCF, they seem like they're pretty good up front. What catches your attention on film?
Well, they are pretty good up front for sure. They're strong, they're fast, and they're a veteran group. And I'm excited to play against them this Saturday.
You talked last week about coming together as a unit, having that cohesion, all 5 of you working together. Coach said you guys did that this week. What did you see when you look back at this past week's game?
Looking back on film, you definitely can see that we definitely had a lot more communication and that we worked well together. We got movement, we were moving people off the ball, we were getting to the next level, and you could see that with the big plays. And when you see an O-lineman get to the next level, that's usually when you see a big run by Keaton or Rajay.
UCF kind of took it to you guys last year, not necessarily you guys, but the Demons.
Well, UCF's a good team, and they've been a good team for a while now. So we really got to bring our A game and just keep getting better throughout the year. And I think that's what we have. We have a bunch of guys who love playing football, who believe in the process and trust our coaches. And I think when we do that, just like Saturday, we're going to go out there and we're going to do what we have to do.
This will probably be the loudest environment on the road you guys face this year. What challenge does that create for an offense?
I guess it just being loud. I don't know, because when you're out there, it's not as loud as everyone makes it seems out to be. So actually, I think during the COVID year and not having anyone out there, it was louder because you could hear more. And it sounds weird to say that, but really it was just different. So when there is a big crowd, home or away, it actually feeds into the game.
Your keys to victory this week a little bit, if anything?
Communication, practice, and just coming every day to get better at something.
Keys to victory a little bit, if anything. Those are the keys to victory, according to Fernando Fry. It's just gone nuts in Oxford. Another score, 38-38. These teams keep trading huge plays. Oklahoma driving right now, and they are at the Texas 13, but they're down 18. Still a lifetime in this game because these two teams are scoring a lot of points. It's 41-23. Oklahoma driving. So, I don't know. Seeing all these high-scoring college football games makes me hope for a shootout tonight in Orlando. Let's get in one of these.
High score Saturday.
High score Saturday could be on display today.
Let's hope that trend works like it did a couple of weeks ago when it was weird score Saturday, and the Pirates ended up being a part of that weird score Saturday.
Yeah, a 3-point win over an FCS team.
Yes.
I would consider weird, especially as 25-point favorites.
But today it's high score Saturday.
High score Saturday. Ohio State has rolled up 56 on Maryland, so they're a part of it. Florida has 42 after 3 quarters against Vanderbilt. So high score Saturday. Can East Carolina be a part of that today and load up some points as they did last week? Scored 52 last week. First time they had scored that much since the last game of last year when they rolled up 52 against SMU. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back as we wrap up hour number 1 and head into hour number 2. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joins us next hour. Mark Daniels, play-by-play voice of UCF, his thoughts on what's going wrong right now in Orlando. Donnie Kirkpatrick with Jeff Charles and more on the way in hour 2. By the way, you're thinking about, hey, it's a good game meal, game snack. How about Community Calzone? Hooked us up with an awesome pregame meal today. I once again went with the breakfast calzone, the West they call it. Sausage, egg, and cheese. Chandler, what'd you get?
I went with the Uptown, which is basically the steak and cheese.
All right.
And I added jalapenos and banana peppers.
Shirley, what'd you get?
I got the... Oh, gosh, I forgot what the name of it is. It's like a cheeseburger, but it's in a calzone.
Yeah, I've had that one before myself. And they also hooked us up with these, like, size-of-your-face cookies.
Yeah.
Yes, and there's a bunch of them.
I broke into those. I had a peanut butter one that was awesome.
Peanut butter.
Man, so thank you, Community Calzone. You should check them out on Greenville Boulevard across from Parker's Barbecue there. So Community Calzone hooking us up. You should check it out today for some awesome pregame food. Take a time out, come back, hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way after this. The best place for delicious food and great prices is Familia. Familia has something for everyone, like New York-style pizza, lasagna, chicken, veal, or eggplant parmesan, homemade meatballs, plus a variety of seafood selections and favorites, like the steak burger and southern pork chop. If you need food to go, Familia's drive-thru window is open and ready for all takeout orders. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout, not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Brian Coleman or CJ Messerly at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Well, things just got interesting in Oxford as Arkansas scores a touchdown. They are now, let me try that again. They are now tied at 38 apiece in the fourth quarter. Other scores, Ohio State pouring it on Maryland, 56-17 is that score in the fourth quarter. It is Michigan State 28, Rutgers 13 in the fourth. Oklahoma has got it to within 11 of Texas. It's 41-30 Longhorns with about 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. Tennessee leads South Carolina 38-20 in the fourth. It is Florida 42, Vanderbilt nothing in the fourth. West Virginia is still trailing Baylor 45-13 in the fourth quarter. Georgia Tech has tacked on two touchdowns now, and they lead Duke 24-17 in the third quarter. And Marshall is trailing Old Dominion 7-3 in the second quarter. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
All right, we're going to play a new game. Can Shirley do the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update without a...
They scored again?
Yes, without a score happening in this Ole Miss Arkansas game.
44-38.
It was a deep ball that set them up at the goal line, and they punched it in with Snoop Connor for the touchdown.
There are many more touchdowns to be had in this game, as they are just going up and down the field.
Wow.
Ole Miss now takes a 7-point lead. We'll see what Arkansas can do when they get the ball back. And we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Texas and Oklahoma, as Oklahoma trying to make that a game in the fourth quarter. Oh, okay. Thought Shirley was talking to me. Instead, she's talking to our next guest, who will be joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Stephen Igo said to join us momentarily, as he had an interesting travel to Orlando that we'll talk about, and we'll break down the game as well. And he is with us on the Fixed NC Live line from Hoist the Colors, Stephen Igloo, a.k.a. Igo. Stephen, what's up, man?
What's up, Clip? Stephen Igloo.
Are you in Orlando finally?
I am. I made it at 11:45 last night and went straight to bed. I was hoping to, getting a few days away from the kid, was hoping to catch up on sleep as much as possible. I was supposed to arrive in Orlando around 5 or 6 originally. Got delayed about 5 or 6 times. Luckily, I made it. Met multiple Pirate fans on other flights who had their flights to Orlando canceled yesterday, so I was just glad to make it, period. So, made it. Just had lunch with your old buddy, Zach Maskovich. Caught up with him in Orlando, about to head to the stadium here in a little bit.
Good deal. And I heard from somebody within the travel party yesterday that there was an hour delay, and then I got that update that the Orlando airport had been closed due to weather, so there were further delays. How about the team? How much were they delayed getting into Orlando yesterday?
I think about 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
So they sat on the the tarmac or sat in the plane for 2 or 3 hours, and then finally got clearance to go. And then I think they made it early evening, which is later than obviously they were supposed to, but still a lot sooner than a lot of other people made it. So I'm sure it threw a little bit of a wrench into their plans. They're actually staying right across the street from where I'm at. I'm at the Hilton Doubletree by the airport. They're at the Renaissance. So, it's about 5 minutes from the airport. So I think once they got to town, I'm sure they settled in, did their thing. Probably got a walkthrough in or whatever, and whatever, some last-minute nuts and bolts. But luckily they made it without too much of a problem. I mean, obviously it's not ideal, but it's better than being delayed, until late at night.
We picked this game on Tuesday when you were on Pirate Radio Live, and you went with UCF and UCF minus the points. I kind of reluctantly took ECU plus the 10. I'm going to pick UCF to win this game, but I think I'm going to have it around an 8-point finish, something like that. But there are a lot of Pirate fans, for good reason, excited and optimistic about this game because of what ECU's done, but also what's going on in Orlando with UCF with all the injuries. Dylan Gabriel out. They've lost 2 in a row, but they're good at home. They return to the bounce house. I don't know. I'm kind of worried people are too optimistic about this game because when it goes a different direction, and if the Pirates aren't victorious, that leads to angry fans and angry calls on the 5th quarter. So I don't know, just judge and hoist the colors this week. Do you think folks are a little too optimistic heading into this game on the ECU side?
I think fans should be optimistic. I mean, we're talking about a program that has not won 3 games in a row in 7 years, and they looked really good last week. And I think most people realize if they play like they did last week, they've got a real shot to go out there and win this game. It's just, for me, I just don't know if we can count on that consistency right now. We've seen the inconsistencies of the offense for the last 3 years. We have not seen them string good games together consecutively. Even in this 3-game winning streak, they didn't play well against Charleston Southern. So for me, I'm picking this game, I have to see it to believe it. I said it when they played at Marshall. I thought they could win the game. They had to go out there and beat a good Marshall team on the road. They did that. They can certainly go out there and win tonight. It's just going to take a very good effort, and I don't really know what to expect on UCF's end. I think on one hand, I'm picking UCF because I expect a bounce back and, returning home for the first time since early September. I think that'll provide a real boost for them. But on the other hand, they're not used to being in this position, so it could go the other way too. And that's a good thing for ECU in that if they maybe get off to a solid start, put some pressure on the true freshman quarterback, it changes the whole dynamic of the game. So I think ECU fans should be optimistic. They do need to realize, though, this program is certainly on the way back and making progress, but it's not at the point where, hey, you should go out and expect ECU to beat a still very quality football UCF team no matter what on the road in a venue they're 25-2 in over the last 27 games. So it's just going to be a tough, tall task, but they can certainly do it. And I have no problem with people being optimistic as long as they're also realistic if the Pirates end up losing.
Stephen Igo joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Igo, from an offensive standpoint, ECU won in the trenches last week. How about this week? How much better is UCF up front than say, Tulane and Marshall?
Very good. They're very good on the offensive line. They're old. They're experienced. Their interior offensive line is really good. Their defensive line is also very solid. They're solid against the run, traditional running attacks. Kalia Davis is the defensive tackle who's very talented. Probably going to play in the NFL. They got another kid on the edge who's legit. They got Big Cat Bryant, who's a former 4- or 5-star recruit who transferred from Auburn, playing the edge as well. So they're better than Tulane up front on both sides of the ball, in my opinion. Not that Tulane is bad. Tulane is above average, in my opinion, up front. And they kind of bullied Houston at times. Houston's offensive line, even though the Cougars ended up winning that game, I thought it was a good sign that Houston really struggled to get some push against Tulane, whereas ECU really dominated Tulane's front. So it's not like ECU can't handle this UCF team up front, but it's certainly an upgrade over what they've seen the last few weeks. And again, playing on the road as the offensive line, it's that much tougher to get a good jump off the ball, so you almost have to be even better because you don't want to false start in a tough environment, and the defense kind of has an edge as far as exploding off the ball.
Pirates showed last week they could score in bunches, Stephen, putting up 52. Now, can ECU do their part for another shootout tonight? And what about UCF with a quarterback, Keene, making his second start? Like you said, you don't know what to expect from them. I don't know what to expect from their offense. They did not have the high-powered numbers against Navy, especially in the passing game. So maybe they try to establish a run tonight. I mean, are you expecting a high-scoring game, a shootout, a lower-scoring game? What do you think?
I personally am still expecting a high-scoring game. I mean, you look at it, they didn't have the numbers, and they had some shorter drives, but they still put up 30 points on Navy, and they only had the ball for 20 minutes. So, I mean, I think I read today they're averaging the 15th most snaps per minute in college football. So they're still running a very fast hurry-up. They're moving the ball at a pretty high rate. I mean, they've outgained pretty much all their opponents. They outgained Boise State by 250, 300 yards. So to me, I mean, they're still very capable offensively. Even with Gabriel out, they're still going to get the ball out quick. They've still got playmakers outside that can beat you. They've got an explosive running back. Even if Isaiah Bowser doesn't play, Johnny Richardson's a home run threat at running back. They got home run threats at receiver. Ryan O'Keefe is a big play receiver. Brandon Johnson's kind of your big physical possession receiver, a Tennessee transfer. So they still have major weapons and a very good offensive line. So it's not like just because Gabriel's out, they can't move the football. And I expect them to score in this game. And I do think, like you said, ECU's offense is going to have to score a lot too. The one thing is UCF last year was extremely good against the pass. They had 2 or 3 NFL defensive backs the last few years. Those guys are now in the NFL. And to me, you're going to have some success throwing the football in this game to put up some points. So hopefully the ECU offense, the passing attack, comes to play.
I go on the defensive side, Jaquan McMillan getting a lot of headlines, and for very good reason. He has been awesome, especially in key moments, and has been able to get big-time interceptions in big-time moments. How about, who are the other heroes on this defense, at least from last week, Stephen? It really seemed like a group effort, but did anybody stand out to you, D-line, linebacker, or secondary outside of McMillan last week?
Jairo Wilson graded out extremely well per Pro Football Focus. I think one of the better games of his career. So you had not only him, but then Gerard Stringer came back and played extremely well up front. Rick DeBrew is a guy that has continuously gotten pressure the last few weeks. He's still, I think, kind of learning how to play the run consistently since moving to defensive end from defensive tackle. But he's starting to get that pass rush, which they really needed, in terms of just a guy who can beat one-on-one in terms of off the edge and kind of not having to blitz every play. So DeBrew's kind of stepped up. And as much attention as Jaquan McMillan has gotten, Malik Fleming has also graded out well above average this season. So you've got 2 very good corners. I would still like to see the safeties play more consistent. The linebackers play more consistent. Aaron Ramseur graded out well a week ago in kind of his first significant action of the season, and I expect to see him a lot today. But it was a group effort. The D-line played well, and it's going to take a group effort today. They're going to have to get these guys on the ground when they catch those little slants, those little crossing patterns, because UCF will get the ball out quick. They'll get the ball to the playmakers in space, and they count on those guys making a guy miss and then going to the house. If ECU can tackle well in space today, I think they'll have a chance to get off the field.
10-point dogs on the road. This is one of those games I go where special teams in your favor could really swing it, and East Carolina's done a good job on kick coverage this year. Obviously, John Young has been fantastic. You're still waiting on a big punt return for a touchdown, I know. But how about special teams-wise? What are some things to watch today against UCF?
Definitely it'll be interesting for me, and this is kind of special teams / philosophy, but, do we continue to see ECU go for it on 4th down on that fringe field goal range? Just talking to some people around the program, I get the feeling that Mike Houston in these high-scoring games really, maybe in his first year or 2, was fine taking the field goals, but I think now he's to the point where he knows his team is going to need touchdowns. So unless it's just an obvious kicking situation, and even then we've seen them go for it a few times the last few weeks, will they continue to go for it or will they kick it? So that's one thing I'm watching. You mentioned Young. Obviously, the punting game has been good. UCF's got a decent punter as well, but I think there is some opportunities there. They have struggled on special teams the last few weeks. They gave up a block punt against Navy. I think they've also had some other issues in the field goal department. So And I remember the last time ECU played at UCF, they opened the second half with a block punt for a touchdown. So I think that right now ECU special teams is better across the board. So you always worry about UCF speed in that phase, too. You don't want to give up a cheap kickoff return or anything like that.
Was that 2 years ago, Igo, where East Carolina got down and then made a third-quarter rally at UCF? Was that 19?
Yeah, that was 19. And to be honest, watching that game live, that ECU team did not have anywhere near the athletes to stick on the field with UCF. I think UCF kind of sleptwalked in the second half, and I feel much different going to this game. I think UCF still has better talent in most positions, but ECU finally has some speed and skill to kind of match up with them. And you even saw it at times last year. They just looked so much better physically against UCF than maybe 2019. I think they'll be even closer this year.
Igo, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoyed the game. You can follow Hoist the Colors online on Twitter, also hoistthecolors.net. And Stephen, have a hopefully quicker trip back home, and we'll talk to you on Tuesday.
We can only hope so, but you guys have a good rest of the pregame show, and good luck on the fifth quarter. Well through the night.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. There's Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us live from Orlando. We will take a timeout and come back, have more for you. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Community Calzone, serving up some great calzones. Check them out on Greenville Boulevard across from Parker's. Also, they have salads, wings, and awesome cookies that we enjoyed here in the Pirate Radio studios. And continue to enjoy throughout the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. When we return, what in the world happened to UCF last week against Navy? We'll hear that, an injury report, get to know this new quarterback for the Knights. Mark Daniels, the play-by-play voice of the UCF Knights, gave his thoughts on his team and this game, and you'll hear that when we return after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulf of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability,
commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. And as we head back into the show, Clip, things are starting to get a little interesting in Texas. Oklahoma is only trailing 41-33 with about 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, I'll flip over there if this Ole Miss Arkansas game, anything ever happens in this one to make it a more than a one-possession game, because right now Arkansas just got the ball back with an opportunity to tie it up 45-38. So some great games going on here to close out the noon window, and we got a pass to the end zone. It is knocked away, nearly picked off. That'll be second down for the Razorbacks coming up. That is a quick look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Let's look at what the UCF's done so far this year. Opener against Boise State. We remember that one because it was the same night as East Carolina opened the season with Appalachian State, and it was supposed to kick off 30 minutes before ECU App State, but there was a long lightning delay, which made the game run long, and so we were able to watch UCF come back and win that game in the second half, 36-31 over Boise State. At the time, it looked like a really good win. Still a good win, but Boise State looks to be a little down this year with their head coach Harsin now at Auburn. They came back the following week, the Knights did, and rolled up 63 on Bethune-Cookman. So they're 2-0. They're feeling good. They go to Louisville as a 7-point favorite and lose that one on a Friday night, 42-35, a wild game, basically a walk-off pick six. Well, UCF wishes it was a walk-off pick six from Dylan Gabriel because the UCF got the ball back, and on the final play of the game, Gabriel got hurt. So he is out. They then get a week off and travel to Navy and lose that game at 34-30. So this team hasn't won since September 11th. It's been almost a month since they've won a football game, and trying to get back on track against East Carolina today. I asked Mark Daniels earlier this week about the issues that UCF's having right now, how they lost to Navy, how they lost 2 in a row, and their thoughts heading into this game against East Carolina. And here is myself and the play-by-play voice of the UCF Knights, Mark Daniels. Good to talk with you once again. And Mark, I guess the question, first question, what happened? What happened to the Knights on Saturday, falling to a Navy team that was really struggling, 34-30? UCF drops that one on the road. Mark, what went wrong for the Knights in that game on Saturday?
Well, you got to go back to the UCF football game against Louisville, where in the course of that game, UCF lost 5 starters, their best running back, their best wide receiver, their best linebacker, their best cornerback, and one of the defensive linemen. And that impacted that football game significantly. And then the final play of the game, UCF lost their quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, for an indefinite period of time. None of those players played in the football game this past week against Navy. So that is a factor. Then Navy found their quarterback that had won the job in August, got injured their opening game against Marshall, did not play their last 2 football games. He got back, had a healthy week of practice, and they executed the triple option really well. And UCF is playing with a true freshman quarterback that did okay, but it's a totally different offense when you don't have Dylan Gabriel there. And those things kind of add up, and if you don't execute some things on the road, you're going to find yourself in a difficult position. And yet, as UCF did against Louisville the week before, had a chance to win the football game, got the ball to the Navy 12-yard line, and had 4 chances to get closer to the end zone, and were not able to convert. So the injuries have, without a doubt, altered UCF's expectations for the season. Not that they can't go out and win a lot of football games. It's just the reality is if you take Dylan Gabriel, just as you took Hope Nailers off the ECU football team, it changes a lot. And UCF is going through that period of adjusting and now doing it with a true freshman quarterback.
Mark, a significant injury to Dylan Gabriel. How about the others that were injured in that Louisville game that did not play against Navy? How healthy or unhealthy is UCF looking for this game coming up against East Carolina?
Isaiah Bowser transferred from Northwestern. He's a great story. He's a 6'2", 225-pound back, had a great freshman year at Northwestern, then got dinged up and got kind of lost the roster there, came to UCF, and he went from being a fourth string guy on the depth chart in spring to earning the starting job, and was just phenomenal for UCF. He was a key factor in the win over Boise State, and then got dinged up in their second game against Bethune-Cookman and tried to give it a go in the first half against Navy, got leg whipped, tried to come back in the second half, and was not able to do so. His loss with Dylan Gabriel is significant. A big bruising back that can run the football effectively, block for you, pick up the blitz. That's now put for UCF with a former walk-on that's now a scholarship running back and a 5'7", 150-pound more speed-type running back. That's big. I don't know if Isaiah Bowser is going to be back for this football game. I don't know if anybody that has been out for UCF the last 2 football games will be back. It's one of those kind of game-time decision on a few of them. But there won't be all 6 of those guys coming back for UCF. And again, you lose your best wide receiver, running back, quarterback, it changes a lot. So, Gus Malzahn and his staff have had to make some adjustments. And, we always say next man up mentality. Well, there is somebody to play. It's just they don't have the same experience as the guy before. And therefore, you've got to find ways to develop a game plan both offensively and defensively because your opponent doesn't care about your injuries.
Mark Daniels talking about the seriousness of these injuries for UCF, and you just don't expect to look at a UCF box score and see 178 passing yards. Mikey Keene, 16 of 26, had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception against Navy. I assume, Mark, he's the quarterback going forward for UCF. What kind of QB will ECU be seeing on Saturday?
Well, Mikey's a guy that was very successful in high school, didn't lose his last 2 years out in Arizona, played high level at Chandler High School, and they won a couple of championships. So that was his first loss in 3 years as a quarterback. And Mikey's a guy that is similar in size to both, Mackenzie Milton and Dylan Gabriel. They're a tad around 6 feet, maybe a little bit under, but throws a good ball. And, Mikey played well in the game. He made some good plays in a scaled-down offense. He had a couple of drops that were not his fault. He threw a beautiful pass. UCF was trying to extend their lead at Navy, and a 5th-year senior, Brandon Johnson, who's been great, transfer to Tennessee, makes a catch. He just got hit, fumbled the football. So Mikey did some good things. My guess is each week will add a little bit more to make him feel comfortable. But he could throw it, but it's a little bit different version for UCF. They won't take as many shots throwing the ball deep, which UCF did with Dylan Gabriel. They'll try to utilize their speed at wide receiver. Utilize their run game a little bit different without having that big bruising back. So like I said, it's a scaled-down version. It's not certainly what Gus had in mind when the year began, but you just got to find a way to utilize what you can. Joey Gatewood's a transfer that came, actually was with Gus at Auburn. He started for Kentucky last year game against Georgia. He transferred here. Joey is used more of a run package at 6'5", 220. I think you'll see him in certain situations as well, but again, we'll see who they get back, but if those key players are not back, again, it's a much different offense for UCF.
Mark Daniels joining us. Mark, from the ECU side of things, the Pirates had played really 2 good quarters of offense heading into the Tulane game. The 4th quarter at Marshall, where the Pirates had the comeback win, and then the 2nd quarter against Charleston Southern, a 24-0 outburst in that quarter. We finally saw it on display for a full game against Tulane, so we're thinking that maybe we got something on offense here at ECU. We'll need it, of course, Saturday against what has been a stout UCF defense. How about with the injured bodies, Mark, and not facing an option offense? How do you expect the Knights to play defensively Saturday against the Pirates?
Well, I think they'll welcome anything but the triple option.
Right.
And knock it all to ECU. And you guys know, sometimes it's the game after you play Navy that you really feel the effects of the blocks that Navy style is. That's been historic since they've been in the Americans. So that's a concern I think UCF has, is how did they come out of that football game? And they played a 5-2-4 a defense in that game, and there are some guys that had to come out for a series or two, so we'll see how healthy they are, those that are able to play. But I think UCF feels that from a personnel standpoint, they should be okay for what they want to do. That still doesn't mean that they'll be able to stop, what is a much improved ECU offense with a confident quarterback, clearly a very talented running back. We know there's always been talented wide receivers for ECU. Travis Williams is the defensive coordinator for Gus Malzahn. He was his linebacker coach at Auburn. Travis is going to be an outstanding football coach in his career and probably will be a head coach someday. He's had to make significant adjustments also because of those injuries. But ECF's had a little bit of a frustrating time with, they've only got 2 sacks in 4 football games. Now, part of that's been, particularly for Boise, Bethune-Cookman, and Louisville, it was get rid of the ball relatively quickly to limit the ability of having a pass rush. That's been a problem. And what's been a staple of UCF during their run for 4+ years was turning the opponent over. They got a couple fumbles last week on the Navy side of the field. They turned into quick touchdowns. They need more of that. They have to be able to create those havoc plays to shorten the field for an offense that could use a shortened field. So, I don't know after 4 games if you can really say, hey, they're a heavy blitz team. That wouldn't be the case through 4 games. Is that because this type of offenses that they played? Absolutely. So we'll see what they continue to make adjustments. Of those players injured that have not played the last 2 weeks, they may get a couple of those guys back. We'll just have to see on Saturday.
All right, there's Mark Daniels with a great breakdown of what's going on right now against UCF. And Mikey Keene didn't have great numbers last week against Navy, filling in for Dylan Gabriel. Going to have to get some pressure on him, knock him around a little bit. Rick Smith said a key would be make sure you disguise what you're going to do pre-snap, confuse the inexperienced quarterback, and let's see if we can continue to win the turnover battle. East Carolina getting a lot of takeaways this year via the interception and the fumble, and something they will once again try to win today on the UBE stat sheet. All right, this I'll tell you what, this noon window of games is one for the ages right now.
It is absolutely off the rails.
Oklahoma has come all the way back to tie it up. It is 41-41. Still a lot of time left in that game in the fourth quarter. Ole Miss, Arkansas scored. Ole Miss just got it back with about 1:27. You think, okay, is that enough time? Are we going to overtime? Well, they just hit like an 80-yard touchdown. So
now Arkansas's turn.
1,212 total yards combined in this game.
I was just about to say they each have 600 yards total offense.
Still 1:07 left in this game. Plenty of time for Arkansas to get another one. Let's just go to overtime in all these games. It has been it's been back and forth. The Oklahoma game I've been taking a lot of interest in because Texas was up 21 points on Oklahoma. They yanked Spencer Rattler and put in Caleb Williams, which is the backup quarterback, and he has led them to 21 points and tying the game. And he scored. He threw the touchdown pass. They brought Spencer Rattler back in for the 2-point conversion, and that was successful. So now we have a tie ball game in the Cotton Bowl. Man, a lot going on. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck. Take a time out, come back. When we return, we'll hear the voice go one-on-one with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll crunch the numbers on the ECU offensive side of the ball and look at the UBE stat sheet. Talk some Pirate offense when we're back with you after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really miss this. Anyways, consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan. Not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Billy Parker at Parker's Barbecue. Did you know that we have party rooms at our Memorial Drive location? We can accommodate parties from 10 to 110, or anything in between. We can serve family-style buffet or order off the menu. Parker's Barbecue. Come celebrate with us.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Are you starting to plan your holiday travel for this year? Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit QualityEquip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, well, it is going to be a high-score Seardy here in...
Everything is happening.
Everything is happening, as with about 7 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter, Oklahoma has come roaring back as they have scored again, and they now lead Texas 48-41. And at the Cotton Bowl, let's give you scores as Ole Miss has a 52-45 lead over Arkansas right now, but Arkansas is marching down the field. There's about 22 seconds left to go in that game, so we'll keep you updated on that. Ohio State beat Maryland 66-17. Michigan State was the winner over Rutgers 31-13. South Carolina lost to Tennessee today 45-20, and Florida shut out Vanderbilt 42-0. Baylor got a win over West Virginia. The Bears are now 4-1 with a final of 45-20 with about 5 minutes left to go in the game. For Duke, they now lead Georgia Tech by 3, 27-24 is that score. Old Dominion leads Marshall 10-6 at the half. Louisville trails Virginia 10-7 in the first quarter, and Ball State has a 7-0 lead over Western Michigan in the first quarter. And that is a look At your Buck Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barat.
All righty. I was going to say this. I just saw a post about it on Twitter from Jeffrey. Cincinnati can't be happy, and that's because Cincinnati right now is number 5. Oklahoma is 6. You've got 3 and 4 playing against each other, so one of them is going to be bounced back. And the thought was Cincinnati could just overtake number 4. Everything's fine. But with this, if Oklahoma beats Texas, I could see them leapfrogging Cincinnati and then getting into that 4th spot, leaving the Bearcats at 5. That could be what's going to happen. We shall see. Great update, Shirley Rhodes, on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Thanks, Chandler. We're going to call an audible here, and we'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick in just a little bit. But right now, we'll talk to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, who joins us to look at this Saturday slate of games. Big man, how you doing today?
I'm doing really good, Clip. How are you?
Doing great. What a 12 o'clock window of games. This has been wild, and it's not over yet. Texas, Oklahoma still playing, and Arkansas has a chance to tie it up with Ole Miss. We got some great 3:30 and 4 o'clock starts getting ready to go, big man. And we got East Carolina and UCF at 6 o'clock. When we talked to you earlier this week, you were flabbergasted by this line. Did not know why UCF was favored by so much. So you got ECU at a pretty good number. What'd you end up taking to that earlier this week, Jeff?
I played ECU plus 10.5.
Yeah, and you still feel pretty good about that one?
Yeah, I feel real good. I think this is probably my favorite play on the board, outside of my other play that got going about 10 minutes ago. But, yeah, I really like this game. I think for me, I've been waiting to see this from ECU, just some confidence, winning some games, and going into it with the thought that, hey, not only are we looking to get a bowl, but let's go on the road and win a huge game against a team that's, kind of had everybody's number the last couple of years. This is not a good, at least right now, this is not a good Central Florida football team. Defensively, they're a mess as usual. They don't have their quarterback who kind of has led them the last couple of years, and I think they're out of control right now. I mean, you look at players leaving. You got players guaranteeing wins, I saw. Just, I don't know. They just seem kind of all over the place. You don't have, the last couple of years you've had some inconsistency at the coach. There's been all sorts of different coaches.
Yeah.
I think it's starting to catch up with UCF. I really like the spot tonight. I looked at this as, again, I think they should look at it as a win, a possibility, get some respect here. They've already beaten a good Marshall team, so I don't think there's any reason to think they can't go on the road and just keep it close against UCF.
Jeff Nadeau likes the Pirates here on this Saturday. Big man, what other action? Again, we're hitting the 3:30, 4 o'clock window, so a lot of games going on now. What do you got going, and what do you like later on today?
Well, I have SMU, another team in the American Athletic. I really like that side today against Navy. A couple that I'm looking at late, at least one that I'm looking at late, is Western Kentucky, but Clip, I'm going to kind of look at this from a different perspective. I don't usually do this, but in this case, I'm going to look to try to get this below 3 if I can. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going to try to do it. West Kentucky's at home. I think they're a better team than UTSA is, but what I've noticed with UTSA, a lot of close games this year. I just believe that West Kentucky is the better offense. They're at home here. And with Marshall struggling, I think it's West Kentucky's league to win. I'm going to look for them to kind of get them under 3 because I think that could be important. It's kind of my bad for not getting the number early, but I like West Kentucky. I also like there's a total on the board I didn't quite understand. I think this is still, it doesn't start till 7, I think. Air Force and Wyoming. I'm not real sure why this total is in the 40s. Obviously, whenever you look outside in that area of the world, you got to look at weather. But all looks good in Colorado Springs. I think it's low 50s and no real wind. So both those offenses I think can move the football. Air Force on the ground, Wyoming through the air. Some talented players on both sides. I didn't love this card this week, but just a couple I have my eye on. Jeff
Nadeau joining us. Couple of plays for college football Saturday. We just had a play in the Arkansas game. Boy, that hometown clock keeper gotta let that clock run out. But 1 second left to go. I've called Chandler in here to Studio A because his feed was about 5 seconds ahead of mine in here. So now we're in the same room so we can watch this game come to a close. Jeff, what a couple of wild games. Texas had a huge lead. Oklahoma comes back, and this Ole Miss Arkansas game has been fantastic today.
Yeah, I logged into my FanDuel account this morning, and they say to me, "Hey, you've got a bonus cash in your account."
Nice.
I've kind of moved to some other books. I don't always use FanDuel, so I thought, you know what? They let you bet it on whatever you want. I threw Oklahoma in a teaser. I don't usually cross zero, but I just wanted to get them in a situation where all I had to do was win. I was a little concerned about this game for a while, but this Oklahoma offense, they make a change of quarterback, and it seems to have been the difference. But yeah, two really good games. I'm surprised that Arkansas could put up 45. I didn't think they were capable of doing that, but fun game.
Oh, and we got a touchdown as time expires. And Arkansas, Sam Pittman's holding up the 2, Jeff Nadeau. They're going for 2 and the win here.
Wow, what channel is that clip?
This is ESPN, regular ESPN.
Why am I not watching that right now?
I don't know.
Come on, we'll watch it at the same time, Clip.
Oh, God, I hope your feed's not ahead of mine. I'm streaming, so you're probably ahead.
Don't say anything.
How about Sam Pittman here? Coach Nadeau, do you like the 2-point call? 52-51. Send it into OT or go for the win here?
Oh, why not? I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, this is not a good defense, as we know. Why not? I mean, this is gutsy, though, because you're the 13th team in the country. Obviously, you try to, I think, play it out, but I think he knows his offense probably isn't as good as the other offense, so yeah, I would do the same thing. You're on the road. Why not?
This is awesome. We got a timeout called as Lane Kiffin calls timeout to talk this one over. It has been a fantastic game. Jeff, how about the big boys today in college football? Does Georgia roll over Auburn, that smothering defense? Does Alabama take care of business on the road against A&M later tonight? What do you think about the top 2 teams in the country? And I don't know, any upset potential in those 2?
I mean, and if I keep getting mid 40s with Georgia games, I'll look under. I mean, it's conceivable to think every week, Clip, they're going to pitch a shutout. Here we go, 0-for-2. I don't want. I'm ahead of you. Do you want to know? Or?
Nah, just let us watch. We're just getting back on the field here where I'm watching, so we're way behind you. It sounds like.
Silent.
But so Georgia, they're going to smother Auburn. How about Bama? I mean, going into the year, wasn't this the game where everybody kind of pointed to like if they're going to get got, this could be it? But A&M's look pretty bad this year.
Yeah, they have. They were my team that was kind of overrated coming into the season. I thought just a team that I didn't like their offensive line. I don't love their quarterback. Yeah, I'm not betting against Alabama. I will say, when it comes to big boy games, this game's out to start at the top of the hour. I played Penn State. I couldn't stay away from it. I just think they're the better team, Clip. Long term, I don't think teams can survive when they just get turnovers. You got to hope for turnovers. I think Penn State's the better team. I think they're the better defense. I think they have the best player on the field, Jahad Dotson. So, yeah, I'm gonna lean on Penn State here. I played them on the money line plus 110.
Jeff, I want to say kudos to you. You hate spoilers when it comes to TV shows, movies. You're a good man for not spoiling what just happened. The pass goes incomplete, and Ole Miss walks away with a 52-51. I mean, selfishly, I wish they'd have just kept playing. That was an amazing game. But thank you for not spoiling it.
I will say, I'm never a fan of on 2-point conversions throwing it. I mean, unless you get like a bootleg or something. I'm just
too much traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. But no, I will never spoil a clip. You know, there's a reason when I watch a new show on TV, I never announce that I'm watching it, because Twitter is, you know, these are people that have went after my family, they've went after me. I'm sure they're going to spoil a TV show if they can. So yeah, I don't spoil. I'm not that kind of guy.
At Jeff NADU on Twitter. You can find them patreon.com/BMOC, breaking down action in college football, NFL, college hoops coming up really soon, Jeff. Excited about that. So it's all going on. Great time of the sports year, and thanks for joining us today on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, man.
Thank you for having me, Clip. Go Pirates. I'll be right in your corner. And Clip, how good have I been in these situations with them over the years. I'm hoping, Mike Houston, I'm asking you one time, get the job done today.
I'm a little nervous because you have gone against ECU and won. You've had ECU at times and won, but also I'm afraid about what happens if they don't perform today moving forward. But don't think like that. Let's think we're going to go out there and get a win.
Negative.
Sorry, I've been around here too long, Jeff.
Yes.
You understand. All right, big man. Thank you, man.
Okay, see you, Cliff.
That was fun riding out the end of the game there with Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. What a game! And it goes down to the wire. And what do you think of the decision to go for 2 there?
I like the decision. I don't like the play call they did. I thought something more spicier was going to happen, but that was just a little kind of like a rollout, and there was nothing there for Arkansas. I mean, everybody was gobbled up, and he basically threw it in the back of the end zone hoping somebody would just go up and grab it. Nobody was there. That was great defensive play there by Ole Miss, but man, I really like Sam Pittman, and I feel bad watching him kind of react to that, and that's a hard-fought loss by the Razorbacks, and that's 2 in a row for them. So,
all right, Oklahoma has the ball. Texas has scored 41 points, but they forgotten how to score, but they're going to get the ball back, it appears, with 3 minutes left to go. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Georgia-Auburn getting underway. I'm going to check that one out right now. And as Big Man said, Penn State-Iowa coming up at 4 o'clock. Great day in college football. High-score Saturday. See if ECU and UCF will be a part of that when they play at 6 o'clock. We'll wrap up hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate when we return after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Flea Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Flea Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Flea Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Flea Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and equal housing lender.
It's bow time. You've probably heard folks say, don't call it a comeback. But at Bojangles, we don't like to beat around the bush. So when the sizzling, savory pork chop griller's back in all its tender, marinated chili lime glory, and you can get a pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, go ahead, call it a comeback. Get a legendary pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, only at Bojangles. and it's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. And as we head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate, Texas has the ball, and they are marching down the field with about, I don't know what just happened, but my feed I just lost my feed, so I'm not sure what just happened, but it's 48-41 Oklahoma. Texas does have the ball with less than 2 minutes to go. I think it's about a minute 20 or so, but I couldn't tell you because ESPN just lost the feed. So back to you, Clip.
Yep, I don't have it here either. So, but
that was wild.
I can tell you that Georgia is trailing. It's kind of some breaking
Already?
news. Auburn has kicked a field goal. 8 minutes left to go first quarter. It is Auburn 3, Georgia 0. And there is a quick look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck. Thanks to Community Calzone for the awesome pregame food today. Hooked us up with some calzone, some cookies, wings as well. They also have salads, so check them out on Greenville Boulevard across from Parker's Barbecue. Something different. Calzones are back with Community Calzone.
Hey, Clip, according to CBSSports.com, which is where I kind of keep up with all the scores, Texas scored.
Okay.
So that it's tied with a minute 23 in the fourth. That's according to the scoreboard here. So still no feed, but it appears that Texas has tied the game.
All right, Texas has tied the game. I'm hoping that we can see. Oh, okay, we're back.
There we go.
Touchdown catch. So this is awesome. We just saw a classic. So Sam Pittman, Arkansas score as time expires. They decide to go for two instead of send it into overtime. Texas chooses here. Of course, there is still time remaining, so it makes sense for them to go ahead and kick the extra point. Now the question is, can Oklahoma take the ball right down the field and score again?
That's a good question. Caleb Williams has done a good job this afternoon in place of Spencer Rattler and seems to be doing a great job finding all the open receivers. So let's see what happens. Are they going to, what is Texas going to do here?
This is a crazy stat. The teams combined for 93 points in 2018, 98 points in 2020, 96 today, and they're going to go over that number because it can't end in a tie. So looks like we're going to hit 100 today in the Red River shootout between Texas and Oklahoma. Once again, Auburn has the lead over Georgia 3-0. That one just getting underway, or that one 8 minutes left to go first quarter. And you've got Iowa and Penn State, two top 5 teams about to go at it on Fox. So high score Saturday. I'm going to say Penn State and Iowa do not participate in high score Saturday.
I'm going to go with that.
A lower scoring game.
And speaking of which, Georgia Tech has now taken the lead over Duke, 31-27 with less than a minute to go.
All right, a lot of fun action going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. All right, let's take a break. We'll wrap up hour 2. Coming up hour 3, we will talk to Double B, Brian Bailey, when we return live from Orlando. Also, we'll hear, as we were going to do this earlier this hour, but Nadeau called in. So we got Donnie Kirkpatrick, his interview with Jeff Charles. We'll have our own interview with Jeff Charles live in Orlando. And hear from East Carolina former running back, now member of the defensive side of the ball, and special teamer Demetrius Mooney. That's all ahead. Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonsburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will we feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do you do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are two things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities.
Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Welcome back, and Oklahoma is going to take it to the house. Touchdown, Oklahoma. They're going to win this ball game and get out of the Cotton Bowl as they rally from 21 points down to beat Texas by a score of, 54-48. 1 second left to go.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
They ran the ball up the middle to set up a field goal, and the guy goes 33 yards.
Yeah. Well, welcome to High Score Saturday.
Pitiful.
Let's take a look at other games going on. This game just went final. Georgia Tech beats Duke 31-27. Old Dominion has a 10-6 lead over Marshall halfway through the third quarter. Virginia hanging on to a 3-point lead over Louisville, 13-10 in the second quarter. BYU has a 10-0 lead over Boise State in the first. Florida State trails North Carolina 3-0 in the first quarter. And Navy is trailing SMU 7-0 in the first quarter. UConn and UMass are tied at 7 apiece in the first quarter. Auburn has a 3-0 lead over Georgia in the first quarter. It is Wake Forest trailing Syracuse 7-3 in the first. And Illinois is trailing Wisconsin 3-0. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. And we'll see you at the Buck. 55-48 is going to be your final as the extra point is good. And Oklahoma and Lincoln Riley escape the Cotton Bowl with a win. Clip?
I mean, Texas will get it on a kickoff, Shirley.
For what?
What do you mean for what?
The game's over, isn't it?
You just said there was 1 second
left.
There was 1 second the last time I saw the clock. Where were you guys at?
The clock doesn't run on an extra point.
I know it doesn't run on an extra point.
So Texas is going to get the ball. Texas is going to get the ball.
Oh, no, they moved it back to 3 seconds. Okay, no, all right, never mind.
Even if there was 1 second, they still have a chance.
55-48, doggone it.
The way these
My feed is faster than yours.
The way these teams are scoring today, you can't rule anything out.
We can't rule anything out.
We got a Georgia interception, and Auburn's lead will not last for long. What a wild day of college football. Bailey joins us, Brian Bailey, on the Fixed NC Live line. Bailey, you been able to keep up with all this stuff going on?
Yeah, I was watching the Texas-Oklahoma. We went to lunch here in Orlando, watched that game, and, we all want Lincoln Riley to do well. And then Eno and some of those guys are up in the press box watching. I came down here on the field to do my radio report and my video report for Fun Prize for Pregame Tailgate, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. So I didn't see it, but I was keeping up with it down here. And that's, and if you're a gambling man, which I'm not, but if you're a gambling man, that run for a touchdown was big.
Brian Bailey joining us on the field in the Bounce House. Bailey, describe the Bounce House for us. How's that as a road venue for ECU?
Well, that's what I tried to do that a little bit with my video piece that you'll see on social media for Pirate Radio. But it's kind of, this stadium is kind of like a big old erector set. I mean, it's all bleachers. And the students, they really like to get in here and, jump up and down. That's why they get called the Bounce House. I didn't know until we started doing research for this game that the actual stadium is now called the Bounce House. I mean, I thought it was just a nickname. It used to be Spectrum Field and Bright House Stadium. Evidently, they lost the sponsorship, and now it's just the Bounce House. But we'll see how bouncy it gets tonight.
It was bouncing earlier this year when UCF won their opener against Boise State. But, man, a lot has changed since then. Dylan Gabriel goes down at the end of the Louisville game. They lose to Navy. So, yeah, I'm interested, too, Bailey, to see what kind of crowd shows up. They haven't played at home, and they haven't won a game in almost a month. September 11th, Bailey. So those folks in Orlando haven't seen this team in a while. And since they've seen them last, they've lost 2 games.
Yeah, and I tell you, the way East Carolina comes into this game with all the momentum, it's really 2 teams going in different directions. UCF hasn't been the same since they got into the Big 12, I don't think. So I don't know if that's got anything to do with it or not, but I think, UCF's had trouble stopping the run, and that's the one thing the Pirates have really, done well of late. So I just saw Keaton Mitchell. He ran past me. Rajay kind of jogged up to me, but Keaton raced past me. He's already in game 4.
Bailey, you think the team handled the the win over Tulane better than they handled it over Marshall? You think you had a focused team at practice this week?
Well, I think they understand that this is an American Athletic Conference, game, and it's an American Athletic Conference team that has been dominant in this league over the years, the past, 5, 6, 7 years. So I think they understand the importance of this game. I mean, this season is right in front of them. I think a lot of people gave up on them early on when they dropped the first 2, because fans are like that. When you drop the first 2, they're looking at 0-11, 0-12, losing everything you do, losing the spring game the next year. But I think, when you take a deep breath and you see how this team's developing, and I think a lot of folks here think they should have won the South Carolina game. So, it just depends if the Pirates, I think they will show up. I think that the Charleston Southern game will go down as the game that really, the Marshall fourth quarter turned the season around. The way they played against Charleston Southern, they understood as a young football team, you can't just go out there and take the football and beat anybody. It doesn't matter who you're playing. You got to come out with fire. And I think they'll come out with fire again tonight. And I think this is going to be a pretty good football game.
Bailey, the numbers for Mikey Keene, the UCF quarterback, not good against Navy, and Blake Harrell, man, they got to be salivating on that side of the ball to go in there, force some turnovers, get to the young quarterback, and make his life hell because this will be his second start. Again, did not play great against Navy, and now taking on a Pirate defense with a lot of confidence, coming off a good performance last week.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it when the Pirates can get pressure on the quarterback, and we've seen it on the other side when teams get pressure on Holt Nailers. You know, that's the key to success. And I think this East Carolina defense will come out with that mentality that, hey, you know, we got to get, you know, to a quarterback, and we got to make him think. We've got to disguise coverages, because that's the biggest thing that you learn about young quarterbacks is how they figure out coverages. You know, we heard it with Holton early on. He was a true freshman. You know, can he read defenses? Can he call the game at the line of scrimmage? You know, and I think when you got UCF with a quarterback that's relatively new, he's got the same issues. So the Pirate defense with Blake Harrell, they're going to disguise things. They're going to come after him. And these guys, man, you know, we've seen some really good defensive play. We've seen some really good bend but not break defense, you know, creating turnovers. And after all, that's what defensive coordinators will tell you. Blake Harrell said it. He said, you know, the days of shutting teams out and, you know, not giving up any yards, you're going to give up yards, but you got to get the ball back. And that's what this Pirate team's been able to do.
Bailey, what kind of game you thinking? We're calling it high score Saturday because of all the points that are going up. Oklahoma, Texas, Ole Miss, Arkansas, a lot of high scoring games today. Do you think UCF and ECU play one of those shootouts tonight?
I don't think it's going to be that big of a shootout of the two games you just mentioned, but I think we'll see some points. I think East Carolina's going to get it going on the ground. I think Rajay's going to have the big day. I think Keaton's gotten, you know, he may have bust one again because he tends to do that at least once a game. But I think Rajay is going to get over 100 yards tonight, and he's going to be the key to this thing.
All right, you heard it from Double B, Brian Bailey. We got his video coming out on our social media soon, he says. And Bailey, enjoyed the game. And how's the trip? I heard it was a little backed up, right?
Yeah, I'm a little claustrophobic anyway. So, you know, we get on the plane at, you know, we have to be there early, and then the team comes. So we're on the plane, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes early anyway. And then we got a delay for weather, another delay. I don't think our trip was as bad as Stephen Igo's. I think Igo's was worse, but it was. It took a long time. We finally got in here about 6:30 last night, a little before 7 maybe, to the hotel, and you know we all just went out and got something to eat, watched the baseball playoffs. Great time of the year, man. You can watch on the baseball playoffs, and you know just enjoy sports because of what we missed with the pandemic, but. We had a good time with that, and it was that part of the trip. Once we got here, it's been fine, but yeah, getting here was a little bit of an adventure.
And good weather for tonight, you think, for this game?
Yeah, I don't think they're calling for thunderstorms or anything, although it's one of those afternoons that we have in eastern North Carolina when it heats up, and that's when those thunderstorms roll in, but I haven't seen anything as far as the weather goes that we're going to get that kind of weather. The skies are, you know, 90% blue right now, a little fluffy clouds up, but really, it's about 85 degrees here on the field right now. It's supposed to go down some, you know, by kickoff, but it's hot right now on the field.
BB, good stuff, man. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game. We'll see you here Monday on the Brian Bailey Show.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right, there's Brian Bailey joining us live from the Bounce House on the field as East Carolina and UCF go at it at 6 o'clock. Georgia kicks a field goal. It's 3-3. Georgia and Auburn. Penn State and Iowa just getting underway there in that Big Ten matchup. So we'll keep you up to date on what's going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back and hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll talk ECU offense, look at the UB stat sheet, and hear Donnie Kirkpatrick and Jeff Charles when we return after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you ready for some football? Let Bostic Sub Furniture get you ready. Stop in during our Touchdown to Savings event and save up to 15% off with 6-month special financing on just what you need to catch all the exciting action this season. With over 250 Lazy Boy recliners in stock, or choose 72-month special financing. Find the right mattress at a comfortable price and get 72-month special financing. Plus, save big on our brand new Serta mattress collection. So rush to Bostic Sub Furniture now.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor, or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand-new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand-new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. You can watch Pirate Radio live on Mondays through Fridays, 3 to 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate here on a Saturday, thanks to Community Calzone, hooking us up with some awesome pregame food, some great calzones, some wings, and some cookies. You can find them on Greenville Boulevard across from Parker's Barbecue. And try something different tonight, a calzone. And they have, I went with the breakfast calzone, sausage, egg, and cheese. Chandler went with the cheesesteak style calzone. They have Italian style. Shirley went cheeseburger route. So really, whatever you enjoy, you can get it in a calzone. Good stuff. All right, let's talk some Pirate offense and look at the UBE stat sheet brought to you by University Book Exchange, our neighbors here in uptown, downtown, all around town, Greenville. You can go to pirateware.com. UBE has the biggest and best selections of ECU sportswear and accessories for Pirate fans of all ages. Let's look at the Pirate offense, putting up 32 points a game. That number was boosted last week with the 52-point outburst against Tulane. How about the rushing numbers? East Carolina averaging 168 yards on the ground now, 276 through the air for a total of 445. Some really good numbers on the offensive side of the ball. The one bad number on the offensive side of the ball is third down conversions. The Pirates now 21 of 74, 28% on third downs, a really good number. ECU 10 for 13 on fourth downs, converting 77% of their fourth downs. So they have been good there. The Pirates have scored every time but once in the red zone, 15 of 16 on the year. They have converted 10 out of 16 of those red zone attempts into touchdowns. So they're 94% scoring in the red zone, 63% scoring touchdowns in the red zone for East Carolina. Again, looking at the quarters, the third quarter has still been bad. 44-10, ECU's been outscored. Pirates have outscored opponents 55-32 in the fourth, 59-34 in the second, and they've been outscored by 1 point in the first quarter, 38-37. It has been a tale of two first quarters these last two games. Got down 14-0 early against Charleston Southern, and then last week put on an absolute clinic in the first quarter against Tulane. Hoping to get off to a fast start tonight against UCF. We'll hear what the offensive coordinator of the Pirates, Donnie Kirkpatrick, had to say when he joined Jeff Charles.
Visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this defense that you'll face this week at UCF, and tell us a little bit about it.
Well, they're tough. This will be a great challenge. They're the number one rush defense in the league right now, and they just played Navy, who is an all-run team. So normally that ruins your stats at least for a week. I don't think it did much to theirs as well, even though they came up on the losing end of the deal. But defensively, they've got some tremendous quick athletes that can run and hit. Got really good size, and they are aggressive. They are an aggressive deal. It's a new staff, so it's a new defense for us that we're having to study. We've got 3 games on them because the Navy game didn't do us much good because it's a wishbone-type offense. So it'll be a great challenge. It'll be a great challenge for us up front because they are really, really super good up front.
Well, let's talk about that up front matchup then, Coach. Last week the guys' offensive line really played well. Coach Houston was talking about how pleased he was with how the guys played up front. Was that the best offensive line performance this year?
I think it was the best line performance we've had since we've been here. We really had challenged those guys. Tulane took it to us up front the year before, so we had a little bit of a hangover coming back from last year's game. We thought the game before that against Charleston Southern, we didn't play very well up front. We were really disappointed in that effort. So we turned the heat up a little bit, challenged them a little bit. Some guys that really did step it up. Nishad Strother comes to mind. He had not played as well the previous 2 weeks. He had a great game, starting right from the very first snap. The long run Keaton had on the second play of the game, he knocks the guy down, pancakes him, follows it up the next play. Thought that really got the team energized, and I really think that the whole thing started with the offensive line.
Yeah, they played great, no doubt about that. Coach, I noticed you moved a couple of guys around on the depth chart up front this week.
We've just had to kind of prepare for what's going on, with us injury-wise, and, we've had a lot of trouble with the tackles, especially the right tackles, obviously losing Bailey at the beginning, losing Rob here. Now he'll be out for another couple of weeks. Noah, again, is limited. He's very limited in the practices during the week, and we try not to overplay him during the game. So, Nishad has had to play some tackle. He's obviously playing guard. We've had to just Fernando and Sean Bailey are good enough that they can play different positions. Trent Holler's been in there, who's normally a center, but he's had to play some guard. So really what Coach Shankwater's had to do is just try to get 7 or 8 guys ready, because we don't have 10 right now that are ready to play, and they all have to be able to play 2 different positions.
Coach, how great was it to see Holt Nailers have such a terrific game last week?
It's always great when the good guy wins, and obviously he's surely that. And we've all seen him have great games, statistically and overall wise. And it was another one of those solid performances. After the game, I had commented he was so good tonight that it really didn't probably wow you at the beginning till you look back and say, wow, he was almost dead perfect on everything he did.
Yeah, it was amazing. And now you're getting Mason Garcia in, getting some snaps, and he's making a contribution too.
Well, I think Mason's really come along, and I think if you practice well and you're deserving to play because of your work habits and all the things, you want to find a way to play them. Unfortunately, it's harder to do that at quarterback than it is at all the other positions where you can roll guys in and sub guys in, and that's normally a good thing. You don't normally do that at quarterback, but we tried to find a few just situations where we can get him in there, let him get his feet feet wet, let him get some experience. He's got some special talents, and he continues to grow and learn the game. And I think the more we can get him in there, the better he's going to be. His time's coming. You don't never know when that's going to be, but we know it's coming.
Well, when you talk about special talents, right at the top of the list is Keaton Mitchell. He has been absolutely terrific. Coach, as you look at his growth process and his maturity level from one year to the next, of course, he got his feet wet a little bit last year and played more tail end of the season. But where has he made the most improvement from his first year to his second year?
I just think he's playing tougher. I just think he's more confident right now. You know what I'm saying? He carries himself a little bit differently than he did when he first got here coming out of high school. I just think he was a little unsure. Now he knows the system. He's very relaxed. Coach Foster's done a great job of bringing him along with his reads. I think that's another big thing, is hitting the hole, understanding blocking schemes, more than just getting the ball and going out there and outrunning people. Now, he's doing that some at the second level, and you're able to do that at high school a little bit more, but you've got to set blocks up. You got to hit the hole correctly. You got to hit it on time. They don't stay open long, those holes don't. Obviously, he's a good receiver as well, and then he's been challenged, with his pass protection early in the season. Obviously, people knew that. Got exposed a little bit. He's really improved there as well.
Okay, Coach, final question for you. This UCF defense, as you mentioned, they're talented, so what's it going to take to score some points against these guys?
Well, we're going to have to find a way to run the ball. We're just better when we can run the ball and then throw the ball off of that. Throw the ball when we want to throw the ball, quick game, RPOs, play actions or whatever. Throw the ball on first down, be able to mix that up. We don't want to get in that you got to throw it. They know you got to throw it. They can blitz you. They can rush the passer, with those defensive ends they've got. They're so quick and so agile. So, if we can run the football, we'll be successful.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, the Pirate coordinator there with the voice of the Pirates, Jeff Charles and Donnie Kirkpatrick. We'll talk to Jeff one-on-one coming up next segment. He'll join us live from the Bounce House, East Carolina and UCF. The Knights 10-point favorites in this one. I will check for a late line change or see if it has stayed stable, which opened up a little above 10 and has sat at 10 all week, total at 65.5. So Vegas expecting some points to be put up on high score Saturday between the Pirates and the Knights. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back when we return. Jeff Charles will join us ahead of his call of tonight's action. We'll get his thoughts on UCF, East Carolina's win streak, and what he thinks the Pirates can do tonight against this Knights defense and offense when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're back with you after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar in Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a quick look at your scores as Old Dominion still hanging on to that 10-6 lead over Marshall with about 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. In the second, it is Virginia leading Louisville 13-10. BYU has a 10-3 lead over Boise State in the second. Florida State still trails North Carolina 10-0 in the second quarter. It is Navy with a flea flicker touchdown pass. They have now taken the lead over SMU 14-7 in the second quarter. UConn has a 10-7 lead over UMass. Georgia leads Auburn at 10-3. Syracuse has a 14-10 lead over Wake Forest in the second quarter. And Missouri has a 7-0 lead over North Texas in the first quarter. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barat.
Alrighty, back with you. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate still to come. We'll hear from East Carolina running back turned defensive back Demetrius Mooney, who's having a role in special teams and on the defensive side of the ball. We'll hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. We got a live tailgate check-in at the Bounce House with Troy D. And Brian North joins us to give us his thoughts. All that, our fantasy picks, predictions. Still a lot to go in the next hour and a half on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Been a great Saturday for college football. A lot of high-scoring games. Maybe a shootout coming up tonight in Orlando. We'll talk about it with the voice, Jeff Charles, who joins us from the Bounce House here on a Saturday edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, Clip, I'm doing great. It's warm and sunny and humid in Orlando. It seems a little bit more like summer than it does October, but after all, we are in Orlando, Florida, so it's going to be warm for this game, especially at the start. At 6 o'clock, we had some really bad weather trying to get down here yesterday, Clip. In fact, the football team sat on an airplane in Greenville, North Carolina for 3.5 hours before we were allowed to leave and come into Orlando because of really bad storms down here yesterday. I talked to some folks who drove down for the game, and they were actually pulling off I-95 and couldn't even drive for a while. The storms were that bad. So, yeah, we didn't get to the hotel until about 7:30, and we're scheduled to get to the hotel around 3:30 to 3:45. So it put a little bit of a kink in the schedule yesterday. But all is well, safe and sound. Got here just a little bit later than usual and ready to play this game today.
Jeff, when the schedule came out, you see this game, you think, well, that's a tough one. UCF going to win that one. and East Carolina will try to put up a fight, all that. Now that we've played a few games this season, now that UCF is going through a lot of injuries, coming off a loss, East Carolina coming off their best performance of the year, a lot of optimism amongst the Pirate fan base, Jeff, heading into this one. I think a lot of optimism there in the coaches' rooms and the locker room as well for these Pirate players. So definitely a different outlook on this game an hour and a half before it than I had, say, a month or so ago. How about you, Jeff?
Well, they are catching him at a good time because of the injury situation to UCF. UCF has seven key players out for this game. And we're talking about frontline guys who are stars on this team. So you never want to see anybody get hurt. But the Pirates, as I mentioned, are catching them with a number of injuries with this UCF football team. And leading rusher coming into this game, Isaiah Bowser, is out. A guy who can fly, an Oklahoma transfer, Jalen Robinson. We don't expect him to play. He is a first-team All-AAC receiver. He's really a good player. And then, of course, Dylan Gabriel went down a couple of games ago, the outstanding quarterback. So, I mean, those are three big weapons. And then on defense, they've got a number of guys out, too, who are starters. So, yes, the Pirates do have an opportunity here, I think, tonight. But, Cliff, it always comes down to you have to execute and you have to stay away from turnovers. And especially when you play UCF, you have to stay away from big plays. Even though a lot of these guys are out, they still have a lot of guys who can really motor and guys who are home run hitters like East Carolina's Keaton Mitchell. And so you have to stay away from the home run play, and you have to really execute and not turn the ball over. So, you know, the keys are oftentimes the same week to week, and I think especially when you play UCF, you have to do the best you can to defend against the speed that they always have on both sides of the ball. And down through the years, as you know, Cliff, in recent years, they've been the big dogs in the American Athletic Conference, and the main reason why is because they've had the fastest team in the AAC on both offense and defense. I mean, we're always amazed at how fast these guys are, and then at the fast tempo that they run this offense, and they're going to try and do that again today with a freshman quarterback in Mikey Keene. That's just what they do, and that's what Gus Malzahn does, now the first-year head coach at UCF coming from Auburn. So, yeah, we'll see what the Pirates can do. East Carolina feeling pretty good about themselves. You know, they've won 3 in a row. They've won 5 of their last 7. So it's a glimmer of hope here, I think, for Pirates fans or the Pirates football program.
Jeff, you mentioned the injury bug that has hit UCF in a big way. Let's how about some ECU injuries? Let's look at the Orthopedics East injury report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game for experienced and professional medical care. Visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online, orthoeast.com. Jeff, we know Bailey Malovic out for the year. Rob Vanderlyn underwent some surgery, so you're down a couple of O-linemen. We've talked about the O-linemen that are hurt but playing, kind of banged up on the ECU front. How about injuries heading into this game? Do you know if any Pirates will be out, and who's kind of banged up out there playing for ECU?
Well, the one that I learned this week who is not going to play and has not played at all this year, Cliff, was a backup receiver who got some playing time last year. You may remember Cam Burnett, the transfer from Furman, who made a number of catches for the Pirates last year and had not seen him this year at all. And so I did some digging around on that this week, and we understand he has some health issues, and he may not play this year. So he's a new man to the list as far as the injury situation is concerned. And then you mentioned especially the offensive line. I still don't think a lot of these guys are 100%. And we're talking about Avery Jones at center and Nishad Strother at left guard. I mean, they're both going to play, and they've both been playing pretty well despite being banged up. But they'll be in there, and then they have to always nurse Noah Henderson through games. He's got that very tricky back, and so they try and limit him to about 30, maybe at most 40 plays. And so, again, you're down in the right tackle position to a guy who's got a bad back, and then a freshman who's not played a whole lot, even though he got in a little bit last year. Walter Scribbling is now backing up at that right tackle spot, who theoretically is probably your 4-string right tackle already into the 6th game of the season. So other than that, I mean, there are guys, Tyler Snead, he's got a little bit of a hamstring pull going now. We'll kind of keep an eye on that as the game goes on today. So, you know, you get to this point of the season, Cliff, you've got guys banged up, you got guys in treatment. I know when they get back after games on Sundays, I mean, that's the big day to get treatment and try and heal up. and then stretch out on Monday and get ready on Tuesday for a full practice, and it all starts all over again. So, it's a tough game, and tough guys have to play a tough game.
Perfect time for the bye week coming up. 6 games for the Pirates, and then they'll have a bye and 6 more to close out the regular season before they get ready for the Houston Cougars, Jeff. So East Carolina trying to go into the bye week on a super high note with 3 straight wins, and now this would be a 4th if they can get it tonight. I'd like to ask you, Jeff, what kind of game you're expecting, whether it be high-scoring, low-scoring, shootout. What kind of game are you predicting tonight there in Orlando?
I think we're going to have some points scored in this one, Clip. I really do. I think East Carolina's defense, as we all know, is better, but they're still giving up 30 points a game. And UCF is the same. They're giving up 30 points a game. These two teams defensively are pretty similar when you look at the stats. So, yeah, I would think that, we're going to see 30 points from both teams maybe tonight, or certainly from one of them. It's just amazing how the game is played today. I mean, we used to talk about, well, if teams giving up 30 points a game, their defense must be horrible. But anymore, that's not really too bad. And that's what we're seeing with these two defensive. Pirates actually are a notch under that at 29.6, and UCF's giving up 30.3. Now, UCF is scoring 41 points a game, and the Pirates are scoring 32.2 going into the game today. But I think both teams will move the ball and score some points. I don't know if we'll see a shootout like we did between Oklahoma and Texas earlier today, but I do think these teams will put some points on the board and put some yards on the stat sheet. I think both through the air and also on the ground, both teams can do a good job moving the ball both ways. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a game that we're going to see some points, Cliff.
All right, boys. Well, hopefully you're calling a lot of Pirate points today. And like I said last week, that paintbrush has been put to good use here of late. Jeff Charles has been painting them purple. Have a great call tonight, voice. You and Kevin stay up there in the bounce house press box. I understand that thing sways a little bit, right?
It sways and it bounces up and down, especially when this place is full. It'll be interesting to see the crowd that they have tonight, Cliff. And one sidebar note, I was looking back at the series. I've broadcast every game in this series between the Pirates and the Knights going back to the 1991 season. The Beach Bowl year was the first time that East Carolina and UCF played, and I can remember coming down here in the 90s before this stadium was even built, and UCF was playing at the old Tangerine Bowl, which became the Citrus Bowl downtown, and there weren't a whole lot of people coming to their games. They were really an afterthought as they just started the program not too long after that. And so they've come light years. And this campus, Cliff, every time we come in here, we're amazed how big this campus is. And you've got cranes all over the place and more buildings going up. They're actually going to open up a downtown campus downtown in Orlando and put another 8,000 or 10,000 kids there. And they've already got close to 70,000 out here. It's an amazing place.
All right, Jeff. Well, Jeff Charles setting the scene for us today here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanks for your time, voice. Have a great call tonight.
All right, Cliff, thanks.
There is the voice, Jeff Charles, strongest voice in America. Did not have to arm wrestle Corey Glory last week because the Pirates took care of business on the field and knocked off the Tulane Green Wave. And we got a big play in the Georgia-Auburn game, going to be first and goal for the Bulldogs.
Shirley has a stat to consider for you.
Stat to consider.
Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, you mean this one? Whoops.
Stat to consider.
Let me play that again.
Stat to consider.
Today, as we speak, and when we get done at 6 o'clock, I will have completed my 226th consecutive Bud Light pregame tailgate.
Holy crap.
I did the math.
That is nuts.
Yep. 226 of these bad boys I have been a part of.
So what year did you begin? 03 or 4?
03 was when we first got started, and that was the first Bud Light pregame tailgate, and I've been in every single one since then.
Congratulations. So I started 07, so I'm still under 200, I guess. I'll be getting to 200 sometime.
Yeah, I actually had to pull the record books and make sure that I counted because I knew there were some years where we played 12 games and some years where we played 13 games, and there was a couple of years we played 14 games.
That's right.
And last year we only played 9, I believe, because we had a couple of games that got canceled.
Yep.
So I had to go back and make sure I did the math correctly, and I counted them all up. 226.
You're the Cal Ripken Jr. of Bud Light pregame tailgates.
I wouldn't go that far, but
We need to give you a day off, and you can like trot around the building and give fives to fans.
Give high fives to
like
the
Cal Ripken
wait
did.
till it's a home game. That way the UBE lot will be full,
Yeah,
and then I can just high five everybody in the parking lot. That'd be cool.
Great idea.
I can do
I'm
that.
coming for you guys.
You got a long ways to go.
Yeah,
All right.
you got to catch up with me, young grasshopper.
Let's get a break in. We'll come back. What do we got? Oh, Demetrius Mooney. We'll hear from the East Carolina defensive player. That's right. Demetrius Mooney makes
Special
plays on
teams,
defense.
too.
and
Wait a minute.
Special teams demon.
Didn't he lead the team in rushing just a couple of years ago?
Why, yes, Chandler, he did, but now East Carolina's running with Rajay Harris and Keith Mitchell, and Mooney's tackling people.
Oh, wow.
That's
and
right.
on special teams, he's doing it.
What? Yeah.
We're going to talk to him, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Right after this.
Hello folks, this is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at carolinahardscapesandmulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shakaroni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shakaroni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Macon State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All righty. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Chandler Honeycutt here with you inside the Pirate Radio studios. The big dog pumping out some great game day graphics on our social media sites. Brian Bailey with a video up talking about the bounce house that you can watch on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Check that out. We will hear now, by the way, Igo just said tailgating was bumping as he was on the way up to the bounce house press box, about an hour, 15 minutes away from kickoff. We'll have a tailgate report. Troy D getting some flack for tailgating at a bar earlier today. I've noticed a few tweets.
Is that right?
Calling him out, so we'll let him defend himself.
Interesting.
Coming up when we talk to him in about 15
somebody
minutes.
just put tailgating at a bar, blasphemy. Turn in your pirate card.
Wow, strong.
Phew.
I wonder if Troy will have a response to that.
I'm sure he will.
Demetrius Mooney, leading rusher for the Pirates just a few seasons ago, now on the defensive side of the ball, and one of those special teams demon. He's credited with 5 tackles so far on the year, and heard from him for the first time in 2021. He met with the media earlier this week, and love his attitude. He knew even as a running back that he just had a defensive mentality, and you'll hear what position he wanted to play growing up. So great conversation with Demetrius Mooney, and let's hear that right now.
Demetrius, it's your first year playing defense. We'll start there first. What's that process been like for you, man?
It's been an exciting transition. I mean, of course, you know, I came from the offensive side of the ball, so running forward and just running people over and making people miss and stuff. And then you go from that to backpedaling and coming out of breaks and trying to make interceptions and stuff like that, and just learning the defensive schemes and things. The transition has been very exciting with just like how tight the defense is and how the defensive coordinator, Coach Harrell, like just operates and has the defense working right now.
Does it playing running back help you now that you're on defense, kind of know what running backs do and that sort of thing?
Oh yeah, that definitely helps. I mean, I've seen that a lot in my transition during the spring. We had running backs that would try to make moves, and of course, like I train with these guys, so I know like their best moves and what they're going to try to do to me. So when they try to juke me or spin move, or when they're trying to set me up to make me miss, like I kind of know like the timing of when they're going to do that, and then also like just the schemes and like the personnels, the 12 personnel, 21 personnel, and things like that. That kind of helps me know like whether they're going to pass or they're going to run, and just looking at how the tight ends and the tackles and just the offensive line sets. It's just like little demeanors that I pick up on.
I'm interested in that first conversation where they came to you and said, "We want you to make the switch." What was that like?
I mean, it was no hesitation. I mean, I've always been a defensive-minded player. Just like, I mean, you seen when I first got here, I was very aggressive. I was a bruiser type of running back. I was one cut and go, get downhill. I always loved contact. So when I had the opportunity to transition to defense, considering, I mean, I had guys like Keaton Mitchell and guys like Rajay Harris that came in the room and took advantage of the opportunities with absence of me in the room. I was just like, I mean, if it's another opportunity for me to get on the field to help the team, why not?
You had a huge hit on special teams on Saturday. I noticed you maybe a little shaken up, but what does it feel like when you hit a guy that hard and kind of in the media?
I mean, I love it. I mean, everybody was very concerned after the hit. I was concerned with myself actually, but I love it because, that's just who we are. Coach Houston emphasizes every day, like, we're going to be a team that runs and hits, and, that's what we do every day. So, I pride myself on that from the get-go. When they told me I was going to be on kickoff every week, they said, we need you to be an impact on this team. So, that's what I've always wanted to do. I wanted to be an impact. So I told Coach on Thursday, we had to walk through, and he was like, I need you to be that heat-seeking missile. And I was like, all right, Coach. I was like, I got you. I was locked in. I felt like the team was locked in. We went down, we executed, and then, the next play, Aaron Ramseur came down with the big hit. And, you've seen that how special teams affects the game because they fair catch, and that just set the attitude and the tone for the game.
When you look at Jaquan McMillan on this defense, just how important is he, just his total game, his leadership? How much do y'all follow his lead on defense?
We follow his lead every day. He's a big-time playmaker. He's a big-time leader on and off the field. He gets us going, gets us juiced up. And, the things that you guys see on Saturdays, he does those things every day. I trained with him personally. When on defense, he was the first guy I went up to, and I was like, hey, bro, I need some help because, it's been years since I done been on this side of the ball. So he was like, I got you. We did a couple footwork drills and things like that during the summertime. But, he's a very effective leader, and he's a guy that we definitely need on Saturdays.
With any idea if they needed you to play running back, could you go and take a carry or two, and if you need spot duty?
Oh, of course. I came in as an athlete, and that's what I'm gonna always be. So I'm a team guy. I'm gonna do anything I can to help the team and to get the team a W, and that's the goal of every week. So, it's nothing personally for me. My personal goal is to win as a team. So, if they ask me to play running back, I guess I'll have to dive back in the playbook and get a carry or two.
Did you play defense in high school?
Yes, sir. I was a Max Prep All-American my freshman year of high school. I came in and I had, 54 solo tackles with 13 assisted tackles. So, early on, that's what I thought I was going to be. I'm not going to lie. I always thought that I was going to be a defensive end, like a Julius Peppers or someone like that. I thought I was going to be a stand-up rush guy because I've always had a strong figure, and I was always explosive off the ball. So in high school, they used me as an outside linebacker to come off the edge. And fortunately, I didn't get to 6'3", 250 like I wanted to. But that's how I play. That's my mentality. So I played defense all my life, and that's always been my primary position is outside linebacker, safety. But as I got to college, I made that transition into running back, and it's all worked out for me.
How have you and Jeremy helped the defense learn more about the offense? You said, you pick up on certain tendencies. How have you helped train the guys that have never played on the offensive side of the ball before?
Jeremy Lewis, big-time playmaker. He's an athlete. Everybody sees it. He made an immediate impact from the jump when he first got over to defense. I was more of a slower transition because Jeremy he's a smart guy. Our freshman year, I would go to Jeremy's dorm room and be like, "Hey, bro, I need help. Help me with this homework assignment." So he's a very intelligent guy. So with his leadership and stuff like that, and my leadership, we both bring a lot of attributes with picking up tendencies and just knowing in practice. It's kind of funny because both of us made that transition this year, and they're like, oh, they're making those plays because they know they know the playbook, and I'm like, hey, I completely wiped that out of my mind. I'm focused on defense now. But it's just I naturally just know. So it's not that I'm already just cheating the system or anything. It's just I've been in that position. I've been on the other side of the ball, so my instincts are more quicker than others when I see something happening.
Great conversation with Demetrius Mooney there. He's a fantastic young man and a team player, and just wants to play football, wants to get hit, no matter what it takes. He'll go wherever the coaches tell him to go, and he's been good on special teams and See him work his way more into the defensive side of the ball for the Pirates as well. That wraps up Hour 3 of Pirate Radio Live. When we return, we got 1 hour to go. And in that hour, you'll hear from defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, his chat with Jeff Charles. You'll also hear from Brian North. We got our picks, our fantasy projections for today. And when we return, a tailgate check-in live from the Bounce House, as Troy D will join us and set the scene for East Carolina and UCF. We'll be back with you, Hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, on the way after this.
Do you suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at CarolinaQualityAir.com. Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
That's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols Center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols Center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Well, this game got a little bit more interesting. Old Dominion and Marshall are headed to overtime as Marshall was able to score a touchdown late. They tied it up at 13 apiece, so we'll keep you updated on that game. Just coming out of halftime, Virginia is leading Louisville 13-10. It is Boise State taking the lead over BYU 17-10 in the second quarter. Florida State now all over North Carolina. 21-10 is that score with about 40 seconds left to go in the first half. And SMU and Navy are tied at 21 apiece in the second quarter. Georgia with a 17-3 lead over Auburn in the second quarter. It is Syracuse leading number 19 Wake Forest 21-17 with about 40 seconds to go in the first half of that game. And Penn State has ended the first quarter with a 14-3 lead over Iowa. Oregon State leads Washington State 7-3 in the second quarter. That is a look at your scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Can we all just take a moment to appreciate preseason top 10 North Carolina losing at home to 1-4 Florida State 21-10? Find someone that loves you as much as North Carolina loves being overrated in the preseason and losing games. And once the games begin, I mean, they stink.
Oh, brother, this team stinks.
You had Rattler and Howe, like two of your top, Heisman odds winners this year. Rattler gets benched today. Sam Howell, 5 of 11, 64 yards and a touchdown.
A star is born today in Oklahoma.
What's the kid's name?
Caleb Williams.
All right, remember the name.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
It's your 226th consecutive Bud Light pregame tailgate, so you're good.
Are you mocking me?
No, it's not. No, I'm not.
Are you mocking me?
Chandler, what is this? Like your
13th?
9 plus fun? Yeah. Wait, whoa. This is your first.
Yeah.
Your first consecutive, because you missed last week.
Oh, that's right.
You
yes.
doofus.
You and your Bruno Marks.
Where are the Bruno Marks?
I forgot.
You ain't. I almost cussed. You ain't worth the turd.
Don't do that. The boss is on the phone.
No chance. Hit the Vince McMahon music. All right, let's head down to Orlando, Florida, home of the Bounce House, home of the UCF Knights. They'll take on the Pirates coming up at 6 o'clock. Troy D joins us from Orlando. Troy, what's going on?
Glad to hear from you. We are on location, literally in the shadow of the Bounce House. We're out tailgating on the lots here, and if I was any closer, I would literally be in the stadium. So we're out here tailgating with our friends, new friends from UCF. We have adapted and overcome and made some new friends, really so we could kind of help them with their pirate beverages now. And Todd from UCF is the host. He is, man, you've got an incredible tailgate location here, Todd. Tell us about how do you get hooked up with a spot like this?
Spend big money in the Booster Club.
that is the truth. Big money with the Booster Club. Got probably the closest spot to the Bounce House that I've seen. You guys got a great spread out here. We appreciate the hospitality. You're an ECU, a UCF grad from '91. So you've seen the development of this program. It's come a long way, and really in a short amount of time, big picture speaking.
That's correct. I mean, I remember when we used to recruit against Eastern Carolina, because I know
East Carolina.
You guys love to say Eastern.
You're trying to get our goat.
But we used to compete.
I would call you Central Florida, but that is your name.
That's right. But yeah, we used to compete for picks from EK, from Eastern Kentucky. Now we're going after the kids from Florida State, Miami, Georgia, Florida. And we're getting the same kids that we're going there now choosing to come here first.
Yeah, and you guys got the big buzz is with the Big 12 now. I know y'all are pretty excited about that. It's probably going to sting a little bit when you lose to East Carolina today.
It could if it happens. We did lose the Navy.
What's your outlook for today?
The freshman quarterback's now got one game under his belt, and I think we'll probably win by 28.
Wow, bold prediction by Todd right there. I'm hearing this is a sellout, so big crowd expected. Beautiful temperatures today, pretty warm. Feels like it's about in the 80s. A little bit of a nice breeze. It's going to be a great night for football.
I agree. A little bit hotter than 80 though to me.
Todd, when do you pack it up? When do you head in the stadium?
We usually pack up about 20 minutes, half hour before. We got about 7 guys that know what they're doing. If you can tell, they're engineers, and that's the way they pack the car. You won't be able to see daylight through there. They'll have it packed at night.
Awesome. Great to see you. Thank you for the hospitality. Appreciate you guys letting us hang out with you.
Go Knights. Charge on.
All right, there is Todd from UCF as we are tailgating with the enemies. But, hey, look, we can all be friends before the game, and hopefully Pirates are charging on after the game. Clip. Great atmosphere down here. As I said, should be a capacity crowd in the Bounce House tonight. This will be my first ever visit to the Bounce House officially at UCF. So looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing a good little contingent of Pirate fans. We're hanging out with Jonathan Ellerby, Morgan Ehlers, and our crew earlier today, and I think I've seen quite a few folks in purple, so we'll have a good little support section for East Carolina, but it will definitely be a big crowd for UCF tonight, and it's a big game for both teams, guys.
Pirates need it. UCF really needs it after losing 2 straight. They're 2-0 at home, 0-2 away from home, and crazy, Troy, they have not won a game or played a home game since September 11th. It's almost been a month since they've experienced a win, so they're definitely going to be hungry tonight.
There's no doubt about it. This is a crucial game for them if they want to move on with their season. But, look, big-time game for East Carolina, too, to be able to stack 4 in a row. That hasn't happened in many, many years. I know you guys have talked about. And this would be a huge momentum. You know, can East Carolina have that consistency? Can they do it? We've been talking about it all week. Can they do what they did last week again? If they can, they'll find themselves victorious. If they can't, they're going to face a potential UCF team that's hungry for a victory right now and a bounce-back win after the Navy loss. So there'll be a lot of interesting storylines out of this on the 5th quarter. We'll follow it as always. Look forward to catching up with you guys after the game.
All right, Troy, thanks for the pregame report. Have fun to the tailgate and enjoy the action there.
Sounds good. Thanks, Cliff.
All right, there is Troy D. and Todd, live from the Bounce House down in Orlando. I don't like this. Don't like this at all.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
Just the Braves playing during a football Saturday. It's just too much.
Too much for you?
I don't like it.
Well, they need to even up the series.
That they do. Max Fried on the mound for Atlanta. Woodruff gets the start for Milwaukee as they just get underway there at Miller Park, Family Life, whatever the hell they call that place in Milwaukee. Front Row Amy is there. Chandler, did you first discover Front Row Amy yesterday?
No, I remember the meme.
Oh, was that the text you showed or the tweet you showed me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The tweet?
I discovered I was yesterday years old when I found out about Front Row Amy.
Yeah. I heard about her years ago, and if you're unfamiliar with the Brewers fan, Front Row Amy, you can Google it real quick.
Google it up.
Google it up.
And thank us later.
That's great.
All right, well what, Chandler?
Oh, nothing. Boise State came to play. Boise State came to Provo today to play. They're up 17-10.
Oh, wow.
On BYU, and BYU just went for it on 4th and 2 and got stuffed. Absolutely stuffed.
We will get a scoreboard update when we return.
Marshall just beat Old Dominion 20-13 in overtime.
I swear, my tweets have powers. I tweeted out about 15 minutes ago that turns out that Marshall stinks, which I think they still do if it took them this long to finally beat Old Dominion. But they were down like that entire game, hadn't scored a touchdown. But they scored a couple late to win it over Old Dominion. That might be Marshall's first FBS win. I don't know if they won last week or not. All right, we'll update you on what's going on in college football, MLB playoffs, and more. And you'll hear from Blake Carroll, ECU defensive coordinator, when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Our foe. We're back with you after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit AtlanticWireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 lease at $489 a month, 10,000 miles a year for 36 months for qualified buyers. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy! Screaming it!
We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, as we mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, Marshall defeats Old Dominion in overtime, 20-13. Virginia Louisville has now taken the lead. Virginia is now trailing Louisville 17-13 in the third quarter. Boise State has jumped out to a 17-10 lead over BYU, and with about 10 seconds left to go in the first half. At the half, Florida State has gone into the locker room with a 21-10 lead over North Carolina, and SMU and Navy are tied at 21 apiece at halftime. Number 2, Georgia, still holding on to a 17-3 lead over number 18, Auburn. Syracuse has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 21-17 lead over number 19, Wake Forest. UConn has taken the lead over UMass, 10-7 at the start of the third quarter. Wisconsin leads Illinois 10-0 at the half. Oregon State and Washington State are in the second quarter. 10-3 is that score for the Beavers. Penn State leads Iowa 17-3 in the second quarter. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina, open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule at the Buccaneer Music Hall. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock, and apparently something must have just happened.
Amazing catch. Is it Adames for the Brewers? Just made an incredible catch in foul territory.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give the score of the Braves-Brewers. No score, first inning.
Look at this.
Man.
Whoop. That was sweet.
Oh,
You
yeah, that
almost,
wasn't...
You almost had another touchdown as we come back from the Buck scoreboard. The Boise State Broncos almost scored, but their quarterback overthrew the receiver. They're going to go kick a field goal right here before the half to try to get a 10-point lead over BYU.
Chandler, just curious, why are you so interested in that game?
I like BYU. I like Mormons.
Okay, all right. At least he does this week at this particular time. No score between the Braves and the Brewers. Freddie Freeman on first, Austin Riley up to bat in the top of the first inning. Pirate Radio just posted a picture on Twitter. And boy, this is on brand. They have a bounce house in the parking lot at the bounce house.
Huh.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's hear. Well, first, before we hear, let's talk about some stats. On the UBE stat sheet, University Book Exchange, our neighbors here, in Greenville. Go to pirateware.com for the biggest and best selection of ECU gear. ECU is allowing 29.6 points per contest, 158 yards on the ground, 320 through the air for a pretty big number. 479 yards ECU is allowing per game. Had their best game last week and have been good forcing turnovers this year. On third downs, teams are converting 36%. It's not too bad, 25 of 70. The opposition is. Teams are converting 75% of fourth down, 6 of 8. East Carolina on the year has allowed 81% scores in the red zone, 17 of 21. Teams have scored 13 touchdowns out of 21 trips to the red zone for 62%. Blake Harrell talked to the voice Jeff Charles about the win over Tulane and looking ahead to all the speed he'll be facing today on the UCF side of things. Let's hear that conversation right now.
ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell is alongside, and Coach, every week is a new adventure, and this week you're going to have to prepare to play against a couple of quarterbacks who have not played a whole lot, but Mikey Keene did get the start last week against Navy, a true freshman from Chandler, Arizona, and maybe you'll see Joey Gatewood as well. So tell us about the two quarterbacks that you'll probably face in this game.
Yeah, both are very good players and very talented, and certainly got work cut out with both of them, and we expect to see both of them have a plan for both. So Mikey Keene, to me, he's the younger version of Dylan Gabriel. Very athletic, strong arm, makes good decisions, throws the ball really well, spins it really well. So he fits their offense. You can see why he was recruited there. And then Joey Gatewood's an older guy who's played at Auburn, very familiar with Coach Malazan and his system, and the quarterback run game is his strong point. So, certainly got to be aware of that when he's in the ball game.
Coach, we've seen the running backs at UCF over the years, the three guys who were there for a long time, but they've got three new guys pretty much carrying the football this year. So tell us a little bit about the running backs and what you'll face there.
Yeah, I think they're averaging about 250 on the ground, and, that's been a strong point, even with Coach Heupel and Coach Malazan's kind of continue that on, and that's really been who Coach Malazan has been over the years, is having a strong run game, and still does. And Johnny Richardson, 25, played against us last year. The young man can fly. He can really run. And they got several other backs back there, 33, 6, and possibly could see 5 if he's back and healthy. So they got a stable back there, all very good backs. Do different things, got good speed, got size, so can catch the ball out of the backfield, and they'll hide them, run the draw with them, run the power and the counter. So all of them we got to be sound against, make sure we get our feet to contact, and do a good job stopping the run game.
And, of course, Coach, it all starts up front, as we both know, and the offensive line returns everybody from last year. So it's a veteran unit, isn't it?
No doubt. I mean, you think of UCF, and you think about all the speed and spreading the ball out and tempo, but I think what gets overlooked about UCF is how good they are up front. And that's kind of one of the things that stood out to me a year ago was every one of those guys were solid up front. Played with an edge, played nasty, played physical, and they continue to do the same thing. Coach Hand's doing an awesome job with them. They're very sound. They don't make mistakes, and really kind of the core of their team right now.
Coach, your defense played great last week. Is that the kind of game that you had been looking for?
Yeah, we had some guys that kind of went out there and flying around, playing physical, creating some turnovers. So that's how we want to do things, and that's who we want to be. And we got to cut a few explosives out in there, but overall, just really excited about our performance and happy with our guys. And we need to continue and grow up on that this week.
Coach, you talk about the strong offensive line that UCF has. Are you getting into a regular rotation with your guys up front? I know you're playing still a lot of guys, but tell us where you are there.
Yeah, we're still rotating guys around, and not just up front, but everywhere. It's I think played 4 linebackers. Probably out of the 3 safety spots, probably played about 6 different guys there, and out of the corner spots played with 3 or 4 guys there. So we're getting some rotations in, building some depth, and get some experience there. But not only does that help us within the ball game, just keeping guys fresh, that also helps us down the road later in the season, having guys that are experienced, or creates competition. And within your room, which is really nice. So we've been able to do some things there, and at the same time, hey, here's the 2, maybe 3 guys at each position who's getting the quality and bulk of your practice reps and getting ready for those looks on Saturday.
We talked about Jaira Wilson a week ago. It looked like he really had a good game this past week.
Jaira did awesome. I mean, Jaira's, had a big sack, came off the edge there, and was really good in pass coverage, flying around, covered some guys up. So he continues to play well for us.
Warren Saba had the big pick, too, and I know Warren's like a coach back there in the secondary, isn't he?
Yeah, so, we got them stopped, and they just came off a little momentum swing with the punt there. And, next snap, Warren picks it off. And, I was hoping he'd take that one to the house and came pretty close. I'm sure he would have been excited, too, but he's doing a great job.
Coach, we talk about the experienced quarterbacks at UCF, not as much experience as what they have had, of course, but are they the kind of guys that you can get a little pressure this week? I know they're talented, but still, they're young, just kind of getting their feet wet.
Yeah, you look at Navy. Navy chose not to pressure them. I don't know if they felt like they couldn't get through the O-line or what situation was there. Louisville didn't get a lot of pressure on those guys either, and Boise State's probably got the most pressure, but that was early in the season, game one. And they certainly, shored that O-line up and some protection issues there since then, and hadn't given up really a sack since then. But, I think you got to pick your times. You got to give a young quarterback or even Gatewood, who may have not played as many snaps as a Gabriel, different looks. And, got to pick your times, when to bring pressure, when not to, and kind of go from there.
These guys have great speed. They've kind of built their reputation on that over the years. As we all know, they've been the big dogs in this league until the last couple of years, and now Cincinnati, the big dog in the league. But they always have great speed, Coach. So I guess it's a matter of trying to stay away from explosion plays again this year with these guys.
Yeah, and I know you're talking about older guys, and they maybe Cincinnati was the top dog in the conference, but some of these guys still won a lot of games, and they were on those undefeated teams, and those New Year's Bowl games and all that. And you're exactly right. We got to contain their speed. Don't give whoever it is, Johnny Richardson, Ryan O'Keefe, Jalen Robinson, whoever it may be, don't give them the home run ball. Make them earn it, make them drive it. And that's each and every week, but more so even this week, because if you can keep the ball in front of you, make them march it down the field, you're going to have a chance to get them off schedule at some point, sometime, get them behind the sticks. Now they may have to rely on a freshman quarterback, a young quarterback, or a drop back pass game, which they don't love. So that's the kind of the key to success for us.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
Bend, but do not break. Don't give up the big one today. Force field goals first. Force fourth downs. Don't give up that big play. East Carolina might have the big play offense heading into this game with what we've seen from Keaton Mitchell. How about the fourth down play to Tyler Snead on a big one last week? CJ got him a big one a couple of weeks ago. So East Carolina has really put together some explosive plays through the first part of 2021, the first half of the season, and I think they might have a few in store tonight when they take on UCF. No score between the Brewers and the Braves as Max Fried picks up a quick strikeout, 2 outs in the bottom of the first there. You got a lot of games at halftime right now, including Georgia. Their smothering defense showed up on the road at Auburn, 17-3. They lead the 18th ranked Tigers. Chandler's BYU Cougars trailing Boise State 20-10 at the half. Syracuse with a 21-17 lead over Wake Forest, and a wild first half in Annapolis. Navy was up 21-7. SMU returned a kick for a touchdown, and SMU scored again. It is 21-21, but the midshipmen feisty there as they were looking really bad to start the season. Have turned it around after a win over UCF. But they are tied right now with SMU as they get ready to head to the locker room. Penn State all over Iowa, 17-3, that score early on in the about midway through the second quarter. A quick look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
When we return, we'll talk to Da North. Brian North will join us. We'll look around what's going on in college football and get his thoughts on ECU and UCF. When we return, hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. On Facebook and Instagram, it's PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, back with you, hour 4 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are trying to get Brian North on the Fixed NC Live line. But I tell you what, bros, might as well hear from a surfer dude while we wait. Shirley, Chandler, you guys do any surfing?
I surf the internet.
God.
I do a lot of that.
And you just skate by in life.
Oh
wow, that was like hurtful. Sorry. that was mean. Chandler's leaving, folks. He is out of here.
Chandler is gone. Chandler has left the building. Why'd you piss him off like that?
I don't know. I was just doing some wordplay, and it turned out it was very hurtful. All right, so no surfers, no skaters in here.
I boogie boarded. I did some skateboarding when I was in like high school, but I haven't done any. I broke my skateboard, and that was the end of my skating career.
Done some wakeboarding, some tubing, some boogie boarding, but no surfing.
No surfing.
Billy Weaver is our surf aficionado. He'll join us after the game.
It requires a lot of balance, and that I do not have.
Yeah. I don't think I could even. I know I couldn't even stand up, much less stay up after I got up.
Yeah.
So, all right. Speaking of, who are we talking about? Owen Dafford, the East Carolina place kicker. He met with the media earlier this week, and let's hear that conversation with the surfer bro.
Well, Owen, your first year kicking, I know you were here last year, but just what has this experience been like, your first time really playing?
It's amazing. I mean, I've always grown up watching college football. The atmosphere is electric. Dowdy's great. I love I love the atmosphere. I love the crowd. I love everything about it. So
you seem to be settling in. You could sense a little bit of nerves in the first game, a little bit, but talk about how it feels now that you've got a few games under your belt.
Yeah, so the first game, a shock was not being able to hear. Obviously, I've never had to deal with that. But after the first time, you get used to it pretty easily, and then you settle in and you appreciate it. I honestly like not being able to hear. I like away games. It's calming, not like to hear all the crowd, and I don't know why, but it kind of calms me down.
Coach Houston has described you as a surfer dude, kind of laid back. Is that a fair representation of your personality?
Yeah, it's pretty fair. Back home, I love surfing. I love doing being at the beach and just hanging out. I have a skateboard. I ride around campus to get to classes and everything, and it's just, yeah.
What are some of the things you do on the road when you get to a stadium? So when you get to the bounce house on Saturday, what are some of the things you go through?
I just do my regular routine. I go out there, warm up a little bit, make sure my body's loose, go back in, then we all come out as a specialist group and kick a little bit more with the snap and hold, and then just lock in for game time.
Do you ever have like go to coach and say, hey, I can get through 50 pretty easy, or I can get to 55 or 70 or anything like that?
I let him judge where I should be kicking. I don't really intrude in that sense, but my farthest ever is 65. I hit that in a competition to go to the Polynesian Bowl my senior year of high school.
I'm sorry about that. What are your thoughts about this league? You know, y'all come off a big win, and then you have to travel to another good team. It's every week you're playing a good team. What are your thoughts about just kind of getting through that?
I love competing. Competition's it's a fun thing for me. Like everything I've done here since I've got here, it's been competition. We have a pool table. We were always competing on that. Practice every single day. We play ping pong all the time, me and my buddies. So everything I do is really competition. So it's not really much different. I don't really try to think too much about the league and the competition too much. I just try to focus in on the game and have fun during the game.
What is your process after a kick? Make or miss?
I just go back to the net. So I go back to the net, make sure I continue practicing my fundamentals and making sure I'm hitting the ball well, regardless of whatever happens. And just trying to clear my mind to the next kick, regardless if I make it or miss it. I try to stay focused completely on what's going on in the game and when to be ready always.
What did you learn from Jake Verity sitting under him and watching him last year?
I learned that he does well with kicking during the game. Like he's a game time player, which is it's a little bit like kind of personal. So like some people are really good during the game, some people aren't. I've always felt like I'm really good during the game. Like practice, obviously you have to be consistent all week during practice, but he just had another level. He had a switch during the game, and he prepared for getting ready for that. So that's the biggest thing I saw from him.
Can't be perfect all the time, but can you talk about your confidence level, how it's improved as the season's progressed?
Yeah, I've definitely getting more experience always gives you more confidence, and realizing the different factors in the game, like the crowd noise, those things will give you more experience and unlock different levels of understanding of how to do the job. And I think I've realized a lot of the things. Obviously there's a couple more things I have to unlock, like being in a game winner situation. I've had the situation where in South Carolina went up 17-14, so I know what it's like to be in a big time kicking situation to give us the lead, but a game winner, I still need that under my belt really improve more, in my opinion.
Over the summer, Coach, said that there was a kicking competition. And how have you worked, or has it made you work harder knowing now there's a kicking competition? I'm guessing you probably didn't have as much of that in high school, considering I'm guessing you're the only D1 kicker on your roster.
Yeah, 100%. That's hit it to a T. I've always been competitive though, so I go to camps all the time. You see a bunch of good kickers. You try and compete with them at camps to get preferred walk-ons or scholarships to whatever university you go to. So in that sense, I have had competitions before, but every single day, repetitive, you have to make kicks, you have to be consistent. And it was different. It definitely makes you a lot better. It's insane how much that increases your skill level, because you just have to be locked in every single day. And a lot of times in high school, you're not always locked in. A lot of times your coaches don't have kicking competitions every single day. They don't have field goal every single day. They just have it one day a week. So having it every single day here it's really smart, and it's really it helps your kickers get used to situations and everything like that.
There is the dude, Owen Daffer, ECU kicker, as he met with the media earlier this week. As I said, when we played that on Pirate Radio Live, I think Bryce Williams was here when we were talking about it. I think you kind of want a guy like that, right? Rather than a high anxiety kind of guy. You want a laid back dude handling your kicking. Not a lot gets in his head, and just goes with the flow.
And he's a Chris Saylor guy, which is, I've mentioned before, I was a Chris Rubio long snapper. There's also one for kickers. It's Chris Saylor. And at those camps, they work on pressure situations. They're in your ear. They have noises literally going off as you're trying to kick. And like he said in that interview, they compete. So he's learned how to compete, and he's learned how to compete. He's a good kid, good bunch. But
big opportunity today for him,
and a big opportunity today for him. But he's learned to deal under pressure. But he sounds like a guy, and that really nothing gets to him.
All right, good statement, Chandler.
Look, he's a specialist. I love when we talk to the specialists.
When are we going to talk to the long snapper?
Dude, hey, call a slate a spade.
Chandler Honeycutt here, Shirley Rhodes here. I am Clip Brock, and that has been the Brian North segment of our show today.
No, that's not age.
We'll give Brian one more phone call, but let's take another.
Clippy?
We'll call. You want to be Brian North?
I haven't worked on my Brian North yet.
What good? We got any voices? We should run some predictions with your voices today. Yeah. We're trying to fill time. We had a guest that didn't show up. You got to step up. Step
up to the plate.
I know this is your record-breaking first show in a row you've done.
First show in a row.
Well said by me. Let's take a break. We'll come back. No score between the Braves and the Brewers. They play in the bottom of the second inning, and we got a lot of games just coming back from the second half. Georgia 17-3 over Auburn. Boise State up 20-10 on BYU. Wake Forest has scored. It is 21-20 in that game. Syracuse with the lead. SMU and Navy playing in the third quarter, tied at 21. Iowa back in it against Penn State. It is 17-10.
Let's go.
With 5:32 left to go in the second quarter. A few scores there on your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dubuck. We will take a timeout, come back, have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Hey, watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. You can watch Pirate Radio live Monday through Fridays, 3 to 6 p.m. in the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio and then click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, somebody check on Brian North. He did not answer the phone today. But we know what happened. It could be a nab. Shirley's predicting phone on silent.
He does like to keep his phone on silent sometimes, and unfortunately, I think this is probably one of those times because it's ringing and ringing and ringing. It's not like going right to his voicemail. So
I'll get an apology text probably around 6:02.
Of course.
So we'll just move on.
Oh, why is that way up there?
Where is Chandler? Did he already quit? Was one show too much for him?
I don't know.
There he is.
Which one is it, Chandler?
I got it.
Okay, yeah, you fix that.
Welcome back.
I had a phone call. And then I ate the rest of my calzone.
Thanks to
we were waiting for it. I was like, wait for it. There's something else there.
Thanks to Community Calzone for the awesome pregame calzones. Chandler went with the no. Okay, never mind. Inning over. We're good. Chandler went with the cheesesteak calzone. Shirley with the hamburger style calzone. I went with the breakfast calzone. A little something for everybody at Community Calzone, Greenville Boulevard across from Parker's there, and try it out for yourselves. I would recommend getting the giant cookies they have as well, because those are awesome.
I haven't had those yet.
Yeah, you need to get on that. They have salads, they have wings, a lot of great food at Community Calzone. All right, let's take another look at what's going on around the country on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Auburn gets the ball back after a missed field goal, but they trail 17-3 against Georgia with 10 minutes left to go in the third. BYU is 10th in the country and feeling good about themselves, but Boise State taking it to them. Boise State has the ball and another opportunity to score here, and they lead BYU 20-10 in that one. Syracuse has a 1-point lead over Wake Forest, 21-20. It is SMU 24, Navy 21, 7:26 left to go in the third, and Iowa has the ball, driving on Penn State late first half. It is 17-10 number 4, Penn State, leading number 3, Iowa. Coming up later tonight, Michigan, 9th-ranked team in the country, is taking on Nebraska, 7:30 on ABC. It'll be 14th-ranked Notre Dame at Virginia Tech, Lane Stadium, 7:30. That'll be rocking. Kentucky, they got a nice home field football advantage. Those people aren't ready for basketball quite yet because Kentucky's 5-0, 16th in the country. They take on LSU coming up tonight at 7:30 on SEC Network. It is Alabama taking on Texas A&M, 8 o'clock on CBS. And San Diego State, 4-0 in the top 25. They take on New Mexico coming up 9 o'clock tonight on FS1. Let's get in an American update. I mentioned SMU leads by 3 over Navy. You got East Carolina UCF on ESPN Plus at 6 o'clock. Memphis at Tulsa coming up 9 o'clock tonight on ESPN2. Already this week we've seen Houston beat Tulane, ran away with it in the fourth quarter, 40-22. And Cincinnati hammered Temple last night, 52-3, that score.
We have Mr. North on the phone.
I figured I could stall enough to get Brian on the phone. Brian, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Sorry, feeding time at the zoo. I didn't hear the phone ring. Not that I didn't have it on vibrate. I didn't hear it. We're in full throat this evening.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of girls in the house with North, and I would imagine things get quite loud. So.
Well, and we got them sugared up at Mumfest in New Bern today, and it's been quite the day. We've had the stomach bug going through the house this week. It's been an adventure. It's we've had it all this week.
I heard Ronnie Woodward was talking about going to Mumfest. I think he went, but is Nelly a part of this thing, Brian?
So Nelly is the Mumfest talent, but he is not playing for a couple more weeks.
Okay.
So yes, but no.
All right. Are you going to see Nelly?
Well, the wife has told me she wouldn't mind getting backstage. I don't have that access. I asked if he still wears the Band-Aid. I get no answers for anything, so we will see. I
apologize for that. Am I going to go see Nelly? My wife's backstage. Of course we're going to see Nelly. And yeah, I was going to bring up the Band-Aid. That was his thing, right, Shirley?
Yes, that was the Band-Aid. Yes,
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Look, we were at a Panthers game one time walking through, and all of a sudden Nelly was coming the other way. My wife immediately abandoned me, accosted Nelly, got some sort of blurry selfie with him. and she's so proud of it, you can't even tell who. It's like an eyewitness protection program photo because it's so blurry. But yes, she is very adamant about trying to go see the Nelly person.
All right, getting hot in here. Chandler, did he have something to do with the Hornets or something at one point, or did I make that up?
I believe he was a minority owner.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he still is, but anyway. All right, well, there's your Nelly talk with North for the day. We'll talk more about that when the date gets closer. Brian,
Johnny Woodward's going to go to it, huh?
Yeah, I think he went to the he's just a boring dad now. So he went to the regular Mumfest like you, not the Nelly part.
So North, can I ask a question here?
Yes, ma'am.
When it comes to Nelly,
yes.
Do you have the inside track to possibly hook me up with some tickets so I can see Nelly?
Shirley, come on.
Hey, it doesn't hurt to ask.
I know, but that's not.
Let me check with my people, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you, sir.
It's her 226th straight Bud Light pregame tailgate.
That's right.
It is my 226th consecutive Bud Light pregame tailgate.
That you deserve something to get you out of being hot in here or something like that.
Yes, that's exactly right. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
If you catch that reference. All right, back to you, Clip.
All right, let's talk football. Brian, let's look around the ACC. Florida State tacks on a touchdown, 28-17 in Chapel Hill, and things have gone from bad to worse, apparently. Florida State's 1-4, Brian, and they're taking it to the Tar Heels right now.
Yeah, and you wonder about the Tar Heels. They've been up and down all year long, but they've been really good at home. So I don't think many people thought that they would have much problem at home against the Noles. But this has been one of Mac Brown's issues with these teams is their inconsistency in performance. And so once again, they take a 2 steps backwards performance against a team that on paper they should have no problem with. So, as much as Mac Brown is great with the recruiting and rebuilding the program, it's just the maddening inconsistency with all the talent they have is something that's coming into question.
North, I guess NC State off this week. Duke losing to Georgia Tech, and Wake Forest 5-0. They're in the Sleepy Carrier Dome. that massive complex. I have not seen any footage of this game. I don't know how the crowd is there, but 3-2 Syracuse right now, a 1-point lead over the Demon Deacons, but Wake Forest does have the ball and an opportunity to take the lead here in the third quarter.
Dave Clausen's actually from that part of upstate New York, and so for him, kind of a homecoming, but he was very adamant this week. This was a very dangerous game for them, and it was probably going to be a one-score deal, as he thinks most of their games are going to be. And so they're going to be those Deacons that are going to have to win these close games if they want to get to where they want to get to. And really, as Clemson and NC State loom closer on the schedule, you wonder if the pressure is starting to mount on them a little bit, because they're not used to the attention, and they're actually starting to get just a little bit now.
Yeah, they have taken on the, I guess, weaker part of their schedule, and it is going to be bare here at the end of the season for Wake Forest. But they're in the driver's seat right now with what they want to do, as is NC State. Their one loss coming in non-conference play. Brian, Pirates and Knights. I've said it to a lot of people this week. Going into the season, you look at the schedule, you put an L beside this one, and pretty confidently an L. Well, not so fast, my friend. You look at it now, 3 straight wins for East Carolina, 2 straight losses for UCF, and they're without their quarterback, their running back Bowser. They got a ton of injuries, Brian. So all of a sudden, a lot of Pirate faithful thinking they can go in and steal this game.
The Pirate faithful that wanted Mike Houston fired after the South Carolina game, and they're the same ones that think they could go into the Bell House.
The ones that are flying a kite.
Right. I keep going back to, I'm a history guy, right? We've seen things and looked for trends before, and I still keep going back to Skip Holtz and when he was rebuilding the program after John Thompson, and they'd have these 2 steps forward, sometimes 3 step forward games, then a step back. And after last week's win against Tulane, I'm real worried about that step back, going on the road to a place where a team is also kind of a wounded dog right now, coming off of 2 really tough losses. So this is big for Central Florida to see how they respond. Gus Malzahn in his first year there, you wonder how he does with the adversity he's starting to face a little bit right now. So this is a real dangerous game for ECU, and again, going on the road scares me a little bit. I think it would be a huge win if they could go down there and get it, but I just think this is a real dangerous game that Pirate fans have to be careful of. My God, I've got a screamer in that.
The only thing I'm scared of are the blood-curdling screams going on in the background at the North household.
Oh, this is what you want. This is what passes are made for. There, try that. See if that works. My God, thank you.
North, we will let you go. How about that? Let's watch. This is a real curious game for you. So we'll see where Mike Houston is, whether he's flying kites or ordering up a new contract after this game. North, thanks for joining us, man. We will check in with you again next week.
All right, sounds good, Clippy.
There is Brian North, WCTI 12, joining us. Freddie Freeman, a single to right. Jorge Soler, after doubling, comes around to score. And the Braves have their first lead of the NLDS. They lead 1-0, top of the third, over the Brewers. Let's go.
Wake Forest with a touchdown over Syracuse. Their 2-point conversion is no good. They now lead 26-21.
Shirley, you go.
I
like this.
Give me just a second.
We had it good.
Florida State 28, North Carolina 17.
All right, there you go. Ghost Man, you go.
Ooh. BYU.
Gruesome Deathman, you go.
13 to Boise State, 23-10.
That's pretty good. Not bad.
That is not a bad Gruesome Deathman.
Not bad at all.
Well, you know me.
Well. All right, Donnie, key to the game today offensively for the Pirates.
Well, I mean, you got to run the ball, and you got to pass the ball, and you got to put the ball in the end zone. And I know this sounds a little cliche, but you got to have more points than the other team.
Rick Smith, defensive key for the Pirates today. What do you got?
You got to run the ball, and then defensively, you got to stop.
Boom!
All right. Don't know what happened.
Ball off the top of the wall. Oh, no. Oh, he's safe.
Yes.
Ozzy Albies hit one that I thought went over the fence and bounced back in.
They need to look at a video replay of that, because I think that went out. I think it went out and bounced back in.
I did, too. Ozzy's at second. Freddie Freeman scores. Braves lead 2-0. Coach Smith, sorry I interrupted you there.
Well, I mean, hell, do you want me to leave?
Well, our show's about over, so yeah.
Well, good. I'm ready for a Budweiser and ECU football victory, baby. And to get it, you got to stop.
All right, watch the replay right here. And
I hit off the yellow part at the very top of the wall.
Oh, man, that's as close to a home run as you could possibly get without it being a home run.
If there was a fan there, they would have caught it and would have been a home run. God, that was so close.
Yeah, it's still 2-0 though.
Shirley.
What?
Make it, take it. You get Tyler Snead. You won again last week.
Yep.
Yeah,
I am on a consecutive streak with that as well.
Chandler, who's your fantasy pick for today?
I don't know who made the comment earlier in the show, but Rajay Harris, I think he's going to have a pretty good game.
That has been said by several people this week, a Rajay Harris game. Well, I'll gladly take Keaton Mitchell and just hope he breaks one then. Predictions, what score are you thinking for today?
I am going to go East Carolina 40, UCF 21.
Good God. That
Lord.
would be an awesome post-game show. Chandler.
I'm going to go East Carolina 45, UCF 40.
All right. I'm going to be the downer of the group.
Oh, boy.
Downer.
We all need a downer.
Yeah, everybody needs a downer. UCF 35, East Carolina 27 in a good football game at the House of Bounce. All right, folks, thank you for tuning in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate today. I got Pirates and Braves to watch here. This is going to be a stressful next 3 hours. Or it could be an awesome next 3 hours, too. I should look at it positively. We will see you folks after the game on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Thanks to everybody who was a part of today's show, and thank you to Community Calzone for the awesome calzones and pregame meal. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Thanks for tuning in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
You've been listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Hey,